very funny. All right, here we go. Coming back right here. That was uncalled for. That was so uncalled. I was like, I think I found the room. I heard it whisper. That was just mean. That was just downright mean. So I'm going to ask you a favor, sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slept in. But this time, when all... Fuck me. Ah, damn it. Fuck's sake, dude. I almost made it. Nice penis. Attaboy, Noodles. Okay. 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 Waste all my fucking hydroponic. I swear to Christ, Hi. Oh, you're talking about the daughter? Yeah, no, exactly. First one's never perfect. Sorry to all you firstborns out there. Usually... But, did I lose power? Yeah, don't worry about that. It's fine. We did at one point. That's, hold on. I got you. It didn't even work. Nobody look at the playtime there. No, not one of you look at the playtime there. Name is great, but that Tantal Day theme though, true. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack. Is that what you wanted? Nope, bro. So yeah, nope. I'm gonna murder this frog instead. Come here, Ketchup. No! Ketchup had friends! Ketchup had friends! I'm proud of you, Kung Fu. That's what I'm talking about. Put an end to the Ketchup menace. Alright, y'all ready to see an artiste at work? Paste, baby. Daddy needs his toothpaste.
Wow.
Please
Wow.
Please let me leave.
Would you look
Thank
who
you.
it is?
Pardos is gonna die to fuck.
Hi. How's it going? Cat, congratulations on your first leaf. Good to see you. Spud with a brand new name. Look at that. First time seeing it in stream. Wow. Amazing. Hope you have a good lurk. Have a good night, Spuddo. Take care. Hi. Hope you're all having a good one. Anybody else out there hanging out, lurking about? Hope you're all doing well. We missed a stream, unfortunately, over the weekend. We talked about that we were probably going to do a Sunday stream. Ended up just not being able to pull it off. Timing, I was exhausted, etc. It was just kind of like, yeah, we're gonna pass. So we'll be doing Poppy Playtime. When we do Poppy Playtime remains to be seen, but we'll be doing it at some point. Have a great stream. We'll actually go to bed now. You have working 6 hours. Spud. Oh, Spud. Oh, Spud. I don't know why I would expect anything else from you, honestly. But tonight, we're going to be back. The fucking leaf. Yeah, I don't know that you're well-versed on that subject. But also, I feel like you're very well versed on that subject because you fall asleep at any time of day and wake up at any time of day. It could really be anything at any point. Very awake. It's a bit bad. You're too old to do this now. Bro, don't you be coming to me about being old. Don't do that. No. No. Don't do none of that. But tonight we're gonna be back. We're gonna be playing more Persona. We are nearly into August. I'm very excited because in August we get my favorite character in the entire game. We get to meet them finally, and I can't wait. So we're gonna be gaming. It's been a whole weekend with 8 hours of sleep, and you've never felt so fucking old in your life. Oh boy. Last time, for anyone who wasn't here, we went to the beach. We went to Yakushima. Yippee! It was a great time. And we went looking for girls on the beach. It was a great time. And we found a girl We successfully picked up a girl, but not in the way that we expected to. And also that girl was a robot, and also she's a machine designed to help us with our mission, and she shoots bullets out of her fingers. So we have a new friend. Her name is Aegis. We love her. And now we are back in home, about to take on another full moon mission. So yippee! Expect a Valentine's adjacent stream. May not be on Valentine's Day, but we'll have a Valentine's adjacent stream this week. We'll see what the situation is as it develops, but expect something. And then we'll be back to Persona probably Friday and maybe over the weekend. Love Disc only playthrough of Scarlet. There we go. Now we're thinking. I did it with Sableye. I'm sure I could do it with Love Disc. I don't think I probably could do it. I feel like Love Disc would be much harder than Sableye. Because Sableye at least gets like moves. Love Disc I could get what? Like Charm, Hydro Pump. Rain Dance, Pray. I feel like that would be my options. So yeah, we'll be doing something. I have a couple of things maybe in mind, but I'm not super sure on any of them, so we'll see. Whirlpool, Protect, Endeavor. I hate you. But yes, you could hypothetically do that to every trainer, huh? You could hypothetically do that to every single trainer. Would it be fun? Probably not, but you could do it. But yeah, so keep an eye out for that. We'll try to do Poppy Playtime this coming weekend. Can't make any promises on that, but that's when I'll try to fit it in. And otherwise, I don't know. We'll just kind of do whatever we feel like. We'll just be vibing. We'll be chilling. We'll be probably playing a lot of Persona because, you know, that's what we are doing. That's what we've been doing. That's what we're going to continue to do until we have beaten the game, which we're like, I would say probably pretty much around what I would say is like the halfway point, give or take. They definitely take a little bit. We're a little less than halfway, but we're like close to halfway. So we're you know, we're getting there. We're doing great. So let's, since we're so, you know, behind and whatnot, we should go ahead and switch over here. So when we were last here, we were in Tartarus. We did some grinding. I also, between streams, I did fuse us some new personas. So you have some silly guys like Flauros. Look at him, he's a silly guy. And we have Jikukukin. And we have, for some reason, like all of the Persona 5 cast personas. We've got, we're just kind of hanging on to all of those, you know, casually. But that's fine. It's funny because, like, I can have Arsene on my team finally, and I'm not throwing by having him on my team. Same with, like, honestly, I can have Morgana's persona, who's pretty good, and I don't have to have Morgana, which is pretty great. So, yeah.
Oh, hello.
We will call it quits for tonight. We have 12 days until the next full moon. So it's on what? August 6th? 5th? 6th? 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 6th. 6th. It's on the 6th. So we're coming up on it very close. Dude, summer break starts tomorrow. It's prime time for a little beachside romance. You know, I bet other guys would kill to be in our shoes. After all, we're staying in the same dorm as 3 super cute girls. You think so too, right? Who cares? No, come on, man. You can be honest with me. Well, if you want to be more than friends, you got a lot of work ahead of you. Kirijo Senpai is top of the class and student council president. You'd have to be an uber nerd for her to give you the time of day. Yukatan's pretty popular, too. You gotta be as styling as she is to be a good match. Fuka is, well, soft-spoken and kind of hard to grasp. You might need to take the initiative with her, I guess. Anyways, keep this hush-hush between us, alright? Yeah, I need to be a genius to speak with Mitsuru. I need to be badass to speak with Fuka, and I have to be a whatever the max charm is for Yukari. Please take your seats. Solve et coagula, or salve rather. Your teacher has suddenly fallen ill, so I'll be filling in today. Sick on the last day before summer vacation. That just shows why you have to take good care of your health. What's up, Sudoku? Anyway, I'll be giving you all a crash course on alchemy, a branch of magic focused on, among other things, generating wealth. Oh, like the sound of that, do you? Of course. Who among us would turn down free money? It's human nature to want what one lacks. There's no escaping it. So, despite the lesson imparted to us by King Midas, humans have long sought a way to create precious metals for themselves. However, the alchemists of old were not so arrogant as to believe that they could create gold by touching anything they pleased. Rather, they sought a process that allowed them to convert cheaper metals such as iron or copper into more lucrative ones. The goal is the pinnacle of alchemy given form, the Philosopher's Stone. Regardless of their initiative or their success, there is no denying that alchemists have always made significant impacts in world history. The roots of alchemy originate from Hellenistic Egypt, which the city of Alexandria at its center. As the Western Roman Empire fell, alchemy thrived in Arabia. Many of the Arabic alchemical I can't speak for this dude today. At the time have survived to this day. The earliest English translation of these texts brought the practice to medieval Europe, where alchemists gained both power and infamy. Also of note, there is a fascinating branch of Chinese alchemy called the Waidan. These practitioners sought a working formula for an elixir of immortality, though rather than a recipe for gold. At any rate, the most important substance in the practice of alchemy is mercury, or quicksilver. It was thought that mercury could be used to form the Philosopher's Stone, which would in turn allow alchemists to generate gold. Alchemists endlessly toiled in their research using all sorts of equipment and experimental approaches. There are some who argue that, if not for the alchemist's trial and error, modern chemistry would not exist as we know it today. Unfortunately, there's no definitive proof that the Philosopher's Stone was ever successfully created. In a way, it's one of the greatest tragedies of human history. Moving on, alchemy has been very influential in the field of psychology. Carl Jung, among others, recognized the kinship between alchemists and psychologists. Jung realized that psychotherapy could provide a mind to a stronger, healthier state, not unlike how the Philosopher's Stone was said to affect metals. Oh my god, I'm feeling sleepy. Should I? No, we gotta get our intelligence up so we can speak to Mitsuru. Which is why I think it's such a shame that mainstream society has given up on alchemy. Young adults ought to strive for unusual goals. It offers the best chance to lead exciting lives. And after all, from the perspective of our ancestors, modern science may as well be alchemy or magic. If you work hard enough, you may very well discover your own form of magic. Well, that's it for now. Enjoy your summer, everyone. Good lord, dude. My man's is a talker.
Hey, you have a...
Hey, what's up?
It's about the track team. Since you just transferred, you probably haven't heard about the Myoho Cup, right?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you. On August 2nd, there's a major competition for track and field.
Great.
There's this guy named Hayase. Total speed demon. We can't let him trounce us this year.
Don't worry, I got this.
Got high hopes for you, so get ready to train hard. I'm gonna need you to show up from July 27th to August 1st. Don't go skipping school now. Got a special training regimen in mind for you. ISA won't stand a chance.
Bet.
Competition's on August 2nd.
Say less.
Let's do this thing.
Let's do this thing. Yeah. Sports. Summer begins tomorrow. Can I spend time with you, Kari, finally?
Hey there.
Looks like we're finally done with exams. That's a load off our shoulders, huh? Wait, are you heading home now? Let's walk home together.
Yeah.
No thanks. Maybe next time. Sorry, I guess I'm just not in the mood. I'm not sure how to explain it. Well, I was charismatic. Well. She said, "Damn, no, actually, you're actually kind of too ugly for me to walk home with. Sorry. Ooh." Where do I see my social stats? Social stats. There we go. Yeah. So I need to get my charm up. She said, "Yeah, actually, ooh." You want to hang out with me? I don't know about that one, Chief. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with Yuko. Congrats on surviving. Now we have time to do whatever we want to do. Oh yeah, those kids have really been getting on my case about the whole coaching thing. Track's open since there's no practice today, so I'm wondering if I should just do it. Okay, great. I'm gonna ask the teacher for permission to use the track team. See you at the field. Counting on you, coach.
Straighten your back. And don't forget to swing your arms.
Coach, guess what? Guess what? I beat Yuki-chan!
Found to speak about alchemy interesting. Yeah, no, it's not that he like isn't, you know, some of his are. Some of his are very fucking just like, dude, please stop. Like that one's like, it wasn't bad, but it is like, dude, you are spending like 15 minutes discussing something that is completely irrelevant to us. Please stop.
I swung my arms really hard, just like you said.
I can just imagine them like really swinging their arms.
Whoa, seriously? That's amazing. Okay, next time I want you to try running with your toes raised. You'll go even faster that way.
Got it, Coach.
Triple brown, meow, triple brown, triple brown, meow.
I did a lot of research on this, so I'm glad to see it's actually working. I mean, now that I've agreed to coach them, I gotta do a good job, right?
Yeah.
I even used the school library for the first time to put together a training routine.
I feel like you should use the school library for maybe other things also, but you know, I'm proud of you for that at least.
I gotta say though,
The
I'm
one
amazed
speech,
how much
yeah,
their
no,
times have
it's fair.
improved just from correcting their form. Elementary school kids really learn fast, don't you think?
Kids are so impressionable. Young kids, you can teach them fucking anything and they will pick it up like... It's crazy. For better or for worse, they are so impressionable. You can just fucking... Like, really young kids, so easy. Because you teach so well.
Oh, I don't know about that, but hearing you say so does make me feel like I can do anything. These kids really give it their all. Oh!
Thousand Demon Sprint!
Look at him go. He's so fast.
One more round.
Hey, hold on a second. You're all supposed to be on break right now. It's important to take time to get good rest. Kids your age need to be careful not to overdo it. You could get really hurt.
Yeah, but there's no time for that.
Okay, Kazushi.
We can keep going. Come on, we gotta show our fighting spirit.
I have a perfect example for you of why you shouldn't do this.
I suppose we do only have so many days to train here. I don't know. What do you think? Should I change the training routine? Maybe they should be running more.
I trust whatever you decide.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I am the one who did all the research on how to avoid straining yourself. All right, listen up. I'm your coach now, so you stop running when I tell you to stop. That's a promise you've got to keep. But in return, I'll make sure you get faster than you've ever been. How does that sound? Think you can keep that promise?
Auntie Coach, you're on fire.
You're on fire!
What did you just call me? All right. Those who agree to the terms, go back to your break.
Okay.
Brown, triple brown, meow,
Oh,
triple
sometimes
brown,
I
triple
can't tell if
brown,
they're
triple
actually
brown,
listening to
meow.
me or not.
It's no thoughts, head empty.
This kind of feels good, doesn't it? like some coming-of-age story. So, thanks for giving your input earlier. Honestly, if I was on my own, I would have let them keep running. I'm glad I asked you to coach with me. It means a lot having you here.
Happy to help. Yuka's starting to trust me more. Feels like our relationship has grown. Is that 5 with her? Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the kids seem like they want to run with you. You think you could do just one lap? It'd be setting a good example for them.
Yeah, but I'm gonna beat their ass. I'm not gonna take it easy. I'm gonna go hard and I'm gonna beat them by a mile. Practice with the children until the sun went down. I should head back to the dorm. Shinji! Oh, hi again.
Good evening. I'm pleased to see that you're well.
Your pills.
I noticed once again that a new ally has been added to the ranks. Well, I suppose it's more of a pet than an ally.
It's a robot, but...
Makes no difference to me.
It seems what you told us of their intentions is true. How terribly lamentable. Now we have no choice but to intervene. It is up to the individual how to use the strength they are granted. But to erase the Dark Hour would be denying the very power they possess.
Uh-huh.
And that is the one thing we cannot permit.
Fine. Do whatever you want. Hold up a sec. What's your role in all this?
Bro, he just goes here.
We know they asked you to come back. You know, you're really starting to piss me off, nosy little shit.
Talk to him, Shinji.
They're going down. You hear me? And if you're on their side, then you're going down too. Got that? I already told you. I'm done with them.
Oh, hi, Ken. Forgot you were here. My name's Ken Amada. I'll be staying here for a while. I'll try not to be a bother, so please don't mind me.
Hello there.
Data regarding the newest resident, Ken Amada-san, has been logged. Why is it all in caps? I am able to communicate with him at any time. Please leave it to me. You know, maybe that's not the best plan. Maybe you shouldn't talk to Ken, actually.
Oh, right.
He'll be staying at the dorm, but remember, he's not a member of SEES. Be careful, very careful about what you say about him. And don't talk about him with anything regarding Shadows. Again, probably a good reason for us to not have Aigis talk to him.
Oh, hi.
I think Amada-san would get upset if he heard me say this, but don't you think he's kind of adorable? Isn't he kind of precious? That's what's so great about him. It's like kind of like having a little brother.
Not bad.
Just one little kid stuck living with a bunch of high schoolers. Well, I suppose it's not the worst thing that happened. Go ahead. Try to make an effort to be nice to the kid. Okay. Hey, bud. Oh, hello. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ken Amada. That's Ken, written with the character for dry. I just moved to into the dorm. I'll be staying here for the summer. Amada, huh? And he's still in elementary school? Man, that's young. I don't know what it is about that kid, but my Junpei senses are going crazy around him. Either he's a little punk, or he's way more mature than I am. It's definitely the second one. I don't know, man. Is it just me?
Hey.
Hey, you don't think Amada-kun is gonna end up getting involved in all this, do you? I have no idea.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm a little worried about it. The wait is over. The Weekend Wild Duck set is finally here. Oh boy. Tanaka! What's going on, buddy? Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you. I have some unfortunate news regarding your investment. Things are not running as smoothly as planned, but it still has the potential to turn a profit, but It would require an additional 10,000 yen to get things back on track. Are you willing to increase your investment by that much? Yeah, man, for sure. You know what? Yeah, why not? I'll give you another 10,000 yen. Yes, yes, very good. I'll be in touch once your fortune has been made. Okay, cool. Appreciate you, man. I can't wait to be a millionaire. I don't have that much, but you should be able to find what you need.
What do you got?
I'm here to sell.
Sell in bulk? All right, I'll take that.
Ooh, look at all that money.
Got some new things in stock.
20
Check it
SP,
out if you
fire
got the
evasion
time.
low, ice evasion low, wind evasion low, electricity evasion low.
What are you looking for? What will it be? What are you looking for? What will it be? As long as you need.
Light evasion low.
Take as long as you need.
Western sword with a design inspired by a hero. Plus 20 HP.
That what you want? Great. It's all yours.
No, I'm gonna hold on to that one because that might be worth. Agility plus 3 or just raw strength.
Okay.
Agility plus
It's all
3.
yours.
Like that. No, we're gonna keep that one too because that could be useful. Those are both weaker. Those are both worse. Grenade launcher, critical rate up low. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo.
That what you want?
Yeah, we're gonna get that one. And we'll sell the old one.
You finished? Come back soon.
Actually, what's the one that I have on right now? 125. And what was the big one that he had?
Good to see you. What'll it be? Take as long as you need.
138 and more accurate.
That would alright then. You be seeing you.
Oh. Neat. Let's go to Game Parade. Raise my academics. Let me catch that up. Can we get to level 5? I know academics. So what I found out is each stat has a specific like target number that you have to get to max out that stat. And those numbers are not the same. I think charm is the easiest of the 3. Academics is the hardest of the 3, and academics requires more than charm and courage combined to get to max. So we're gonna be grinding that one a lot. BB, am I free? We have today off. I want to go out. Not now, because home shopping show. I do want to check, but we might go with BB. We'll have to see. Almost time for the home shopping show.
It's amazing.
I'm
going to do it.
Today we're introducing part 2 of the designer brand set. It was so popular the first time around that we brought it back better than ever. First up, we have the brand wallet. Not only is it stylish, it makes the perfect gift. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll throw in this perfume too. Guess how many? 1. All this for just 6,980 yen. This is a special limited product available today only. You heard right, today only. Yeah, sure. Might as well.
Thanks, kid.
Next time we'll be introducing an assorted summer drinks set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're all sold out. Sorry, folks. We'll see you next Sunday. Same time, same channel. Can we yet? No. We need to do something else to start him, or is he just not going to show up until August? Can go feed the cat. Cat is purring loudly. It seems happy. The light in its eyes has returned. Maybe the cat will feel even better if I come back again and feed it tomorrow. Aww. In that case, I should go here. I should check in on the antique shop actually too, because I got a lot of stuff to use there.
You got some eggs done already? Thanks.
Hey, bud. Can I make any crazy strong equipment? Did you have any gems? I highly suggest you try to find as many as you can. Maybe the only shop owner who accepts gems as currency. I can detect the true power of a gem, you see. Even if others consider them useless rocks, I may still need them. To bring gems you find to me. Ah, so you found a new base model. Oh, this will make a fine piece of equipment.
Which one? So, what will it be?
Ooh. Critical rate up high. But lower accuracy. Dizzy boost. Lemberge.
You never really know what life has in store for you. Who would have guessed I'd be running an antique shop? Much less meet a kid like you. You're here, it's all yours.
Thank you.
So, what will it be?
Reduce slash damage, magic +5. Ooh, yes, put that on you, Kari.
You're sure? Here you go. Thanks for waiting.
Electro shoes +30 SP.
Here you go. Thanks for waiting.
Perfect. That's all our
What would you like?
cloth. I do have one ore, but I don't have... I thought I did have a soul seed driblet. I must have used it on something else.
Please bring the required material. So, what will it be? So, what will it be? Go on, look around. Go on, look around. I'm sure this will prove to be useful. You like that one? Have you we have a deal. Everything good? Hope to see you soon.
Thank you, thank you. Let me... I'm gonna equip the electro shoes there. I'm gonna go max safety shoes on Junpei. I think, do we go with BB or do we go with Maya? I kind of want to just get Maya out of the way over the summer. I feel like that's kind of the best time to do her, is to just get her kind of knocked out during the summer. Oh, I can. I guess Sana's a robot, right? You really can't tell whenever she wears normal clothes like we do. The Kirijo group must be super powerful to have invented a robot like her. That's actually heavily classified information. You're not supposed to know about that. For doing people in the summer, hey, that's just the right time of year, you know? Do I have a hermit persona by chance? Or could I go summon one? I should go summon one. That'll make this go much quicker. Hello, Elizabeth.
Here are my requests.
Oh no, you want me to take you out? Oh, we can do that too while we're here. Hold on, I need to summon a hermit persona, and then I can take you out on the town, and then we can go do the hermit. We can go do Maya. I think this is the part where we find out that she
Welcome to the
is into children. Pretty sure this is the one.
This is your progress so far.
Hermit.
Please, is this acceptable?
Onion child. All right, let's go.
Are you finished? We look.
Hello.
Good day. I've
Hi.
been waiting for you.
I'm waiting for you, Ash. Shall we be on our way? Oh, Elizabeth. Oh, Elizabeth.
Flowing stairs that pose an obstacle to those who dare to reach another floor. So, this is an escalator.
Yeah.
A simple contraption at first glance. But one false step will leave one mired in an exhausting ordeal.
Uh-huh.
To all customers, for your own safety and the safety of others, please do not move in the opposite direction of the escalators. Thank you.
Oh my, it seems that these customers may come to harm. We'd best exercise caution.
Yeah, we should be careful, you know.
And what is this? Please watch your step. There is a pitfall just ahead.
Where is it?
Why, it's right over here.
Uh-huh.
There, in the center of this fenced-off area, it's marked with eye-catching signs proclaiming in bold print, "Do not enter."
It sure is.
Humans are frequently drawn to what has been forbidden. This is a crafty snare, one that defies the common notion that pitfalls must be hidden.
Right. It's actually a trap. She's so right. It's a trap because you're gonna see the do not enter, and you're gonna want to enter, and so now you know they got you.
Flowing stairways, pitfalls employing high-level psychological tactics. Human authorities truly go to great lengths in their quest to preserve the town's law and order.
Yeah, they sure do, Elizabeth. They sure do. What's up, Scarlett? How are you?
I'm very moved.
I love her so much. She's so stupid. They got the 5-year-olds figured out.
Let us carry on. Our thoughts with the unsung heroes who give their love and lives to this town.
Yeah.
Oh, this tantalizing fragrance. Can it be?
Whoa! You can figure out our secret ingredient with just a whiff? I guess you got a funky sense of smell to go with your funky sense of style, lady.
She said, damn, bitch, you go outside like that?
Well, there ain't a law saying takoyaki shops can't cook other stuff besides octopus. So, how about it? Wanna buy some? I swear my takoyaki's so good it'll make your jaw drop.
Cuisine so scrumptious that one's jaw can drop off? I imagine that would warrant urgent medical care, realistically speaking. But I would very much like a taste.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, the Velvet Room attendants are just some silly guys at heart. I would say Margaret in Persona 4 is probably the least goofy silly. She's more like, you know, composed. She's just a silly, goofy gal. As soon as the topic of the game goes to something more serious, fully understandable.
Unfortunately, this is all I have on me at the moment. I do hope this is sufficient.
You're buying that many?
I have yet to see someone who has actually lost their jaw. That must mean that the ordinary citizen cannot easily afford these. Oh, upon closer inspection, a single serving is only 400 yen.
Wow, honestly, what a steal.
Well then, 2 orders of your finest takoyaki, please.
Thanks. Here you go. And come again.
This distinct texture, the firm, chewy skin. There's no doubt about it. I must say, I'm surprised to see this used as a cooking ingredient.
See what? How's your jaw?
It has yet to even unhinge. But for the better, I suppose. There are many other delicacies I must try.
I suppose that's a good thing, isn't it?
It wouldn't do to lose my jaw before sampling each and every one of them. There appear to be several dining establishments around here. We must simply visit all of them.
Yeah, I think as far as Velvet attendants go, I think Elizabeth is my favorite. I love her so much. She's so goofy. Theo is the male attendant in the female route, who I also very much like, but not quite as much as Elizabeth. But he's hot, so like, you know, that goes a long way. And then I think it's probably, for me, it's probably Caroline, Justine, Lavenza. Then it's Margaret's probably my least favorite, but I do like Margaret a lot. She's pretty.
My first priority is to go to something called a net cafe, where one may use something called a soda fountain. This apparatus allows for an infinite combination of flavors by mixing various solutions.
It's crazy, ain't it?
Just thinking about it gives me a sort of electric tingle across my tongue. I see. My. Oh, my.
Oh boy.
How intriguing. We appear to have exhausted every dining option.
I'm not looking too hot.
Oh dear, is something the matter? Now that I think about it, you haven't eaten much since our 7th meal.
I haven't had much since the 7th meal. My bad. You know what? We'll go back for an 8th. I should fill up.
In any event, I must thank you for your delightful company. I shall certainly savor this experience.
The Velvet Room is where Igor and whoever your attendant are live, and they help you with like your personas and stuff. They help you, you know, fuse and like guide you along the path.
If you don't mind, I'd very much appreciate it if you were to
They're a
escort
constant
me
in
again
all the
sometime.
Persona games. Triple brown, triple brown, triple brown, meow. Triple brown, triple brown, triple brown, meow.
Are you accepting a request? Wonderful.
Seems you've completed a request. One moment, please, while I check. Thank you for showing me around Iwatodai Station. The fascinating rides, the dangerous traps, and of course, the cornucopia of curious cuisine.
Marvelous.
The way people went about their lives there was quite different from all those Polonia Mall the other day. This TV station trip is making you want to head to bed. Yeah, but you get to meet my favorite, best little, sweet little boy, my son, my funny little guy, Mr. Gorekechi. He's a funny little guy. First, I must hunt for ingredients. This will be so much fun. Please take this as your reward. With the acquisition of the Book of the Ancients, you can now use Thoth, the one who measures time. Great.
Very well.
Okay. We took her out. Now we can go do Maya. Is Maya going to be the first social link we finish? She very well might be, and that is kind of an upsetting thought to think about. We're gonna be so real. We won't get stronger yet. That's fine. Chatted with Maya, the bond between us is growing. Relationship will grow stronger soon. Cool. Just got back home when you were in your room putting your hair up. You heard your sweet boy, baby boy, my love, Theo. Yeah, Theo's great. Miss him. Yeah, it's a shame that he's not in this game. I miss him greatly.
Oh, hello.
Get any studying done? Come to think of it, have you heard about Be Blue V? It's a shop in Polonia Mall, but there's a rumor that you can talk to spirits there. Sounds a little sketchy, huh? I wonder what kind of shop it is. Ken? That's a fashion magazine. I was expecting it to be like a manga or something, but this is that's a fashion magazine. Why are you? I'm just confused. I wasn't aware that Ken was a big fashionista. He's a little... So true. Okay, we can go with Tatsu today, or we can try to get our stats up. It's Sunday, so that's not worth much. Yeah, we'll go here. I mean, it's worth a lot, actually. The ones on Sunday are very good, but for what we need right now, it's not what we're looking for. That's it. That's what got Ken to get along with Barbie. So true. Miss Goro's name of pleasant boy is peasant. Poor Goro. He deserves better. So let's hang out with Matatsu. What, you again?
I thought your face looked familiar. You here again, kid?
Now he's a celebrity. Don't make fun of him. You don't like Akechi? Well, that's a you problem.
Even Buddha's not that forgiving. All right, that's it. I'm gonna hand you over to the bouncer and... Well, there's no Buddha in this world, so...
Didn't like him from the start, this has been known? Yeah, no, I know.
So tell me, is that fun hanging out with an old monk whose own wife and kid left him?
Yeah.
How come you're always alone when I see you? Don't you got any friends?
Allegedly. Although none of them will talk to me because I'm not smart, handsome, or brave enough to hang out with them. But, you know, that seems neither here nor there. Can't say that I don't.
What the hell's that supposed to mean? Either you do or you don't. Don't get smart with me, kid.
My bad, man.
What would you call a friend anyway? Where do you draw the line between friend and acquaintance?
You're an acquaintance.
Let's define a friend as someone you hold dear. The way I see it, no one in this world ever really cares for others. People always want something out of a relationship. They only really love themselves. You don't call someone who doesn't like you your friend, do you? No. Because you know you won't get nothing from them. Which means in this world, there's no one you can truly hold dear.
Yeah, man. For sure.
The end of the lonely road of love, kid. You're the only one left standing there.
Yeah, man, for sure.
What? You see those gals over there? Ones on the dance floor?
Uh-huh.
You can bring one of them over here. I'll be your friend in return, huh? What do you think?
This fucking guy. I felt Mitsuru's warped trust in me. Yeah, something like that. Something along those lines.
Too tired to go talk to him, huh? You look like you're gonna doze off any second now.
This game is so funny because I feel like every social link starts off kind of like this, where you're just like, what the fuck? But they all like slowly grow on you as time goes.
Go home for now, kid. Besides, I know you're gonna come again anyway, even if I tell you not to.
Special training for track and field begins today. About time to leave. Why am I wearing my school uniform to go there? Why don't I just wear the track uniform? Trained all day to prepare for the competition on August 2nd.
Hey, no slacking. Put your heart into it. You'll never beat Hayase with that attitude.
Welcome back.
Oh, that's right. Didn't you have club today? How'd it go? It was no sweat. Oh yeah, you're tougher than I thought. Hey, you think you can handle it? Let's go to Tartarus tonight. It's a little less than 2 weeks till the full moon. Gotta get that conditioning in, right?
Oh, hi.
I think Amada-kun would get upset if he heard me say this, but don't you think he's kind of adorable? Yeah, I guess so. Don't you think Amada-kun is gonna end up? We've already had all these conversations before.
By the way,
I wonder if the next shadow will be even stronger. Maybe they'll be drained and weak because of the summer heat? Nah, not happening. I guess you want to go tend the plants with me? I'm interested in attempting horticultural activities as well. If such a task is within your purview of operations for the day, would it be acceptable for me to join? I am both prepared and motivated to undertake this action. Shall we commence gardening? Let's go.
Yes.
Understood. I will be making my way to the rooftop with maximum efficiency.
A very puzzling.
Well, oh my god, look at her. She's so cute. I love this little crouch. This is so cute.
The plants seem much livelier than they did when we started. Do you suppose they're happy that you are tending to them?
Something like that. I think so.
Fascinating. There's no data on this, but it seems like you understand them. Hello, plants. I will be tending to you as well this time. Don't worry, I'll make sure to decrease my pressure output. But if anything starts hurting, just raise your left hand, or rather, your left leaf.
I guess I don't think that's gonna work.
I had some prior knowledge of plants, but this was my first time observing them directly. These little seeds and buds in the earth can morph
She's so
and change
great.
so quickly. Is this proof that they are living as well? How fascinating. I would like to watch these plants grow and document this experience for my records. I will tend to them with my full power.
Maybe not full power. Maybe like a little bit less than full power.
This took more time than I'd anticipated. I will need to run more simulations to ensure there are no delays next time.
Yeah, there are a lot of silly folks in this game. There's a lot of not silly folks as well, but a lot of them are very silly. And for the care we put in, it looks like this will be a big harvest.
It's gotten late. We should head back now.
Another day of track. Look at me go. I'm crushing it. Trained all day to prepare for the competition on August 2nd. Body feels light, but my time wasn't that good. That's okay. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to win this whole thing. Hey, the stuff I ordered. Brand wallet, perfume.
Oh, it's you.
Apathy syndrome is on the rise again. People seem to have calmed down a bit, despite the media, but there will be serious problems if we don't end this. We must defeat the last 6 shadows, beginning with the one we anticipate on the next full moon. If the number of the lost continues to increase, the city will fall into chaos. You're just exaggerating, right? And again, maybe not.
No, that's...
I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but when you've got a little kid staring at you, it can be kind of awkward. Sana-san, you always wear those gloves when you fight, right? I hear that once you put them on, you're undefeatable. Yeah, it's no big deal, really. You know the incident that occurred because of the Kirijo group's experiments? They said it happened because they were trying to collect shadows. Doesn't that mean that shadows existed before Tartarus and the Dark Hour even appeared? How long have shadows been around then?
Wait, seriously?
A city in chaos, huh? Sounds like something out of a movie. But what's real scary is that it can totally happen, and we're the only ones who can do anything about it.
If I may speak.
I will fight with guns during battle. However, I am not heavily equipped, and my damage output and accuracy are both average. On the flip side, I could say that I am quite stable. That would be a good recommendation for beginners. We've been very busy this month. As a result, I'm not sure that we've been going to Tartarus often enough. Please make sure you're prepared for the next full moon. Nah, we're good. We're fine. Hey, Yukari. One of my classmates left me the DVD of the show she's been watching. I've been curious about it for a while, and apparently it's gotten some pretty good ratings. I could use a break, so I was thinking about sitting down and giving it a watch. Increase my charm? Yeah, then I can maybe hang out with Yukari during the day and not just at night. Alright then, let's get into it.
Whoa, that teaser was so dramatic. It's like the stuff from overseas. This series is known for having a strong female protagonist.
I need to be more charming so, you know, she'll agree to walk home with me or be seen out in public with me or whatever. You know, it's fine.
I've been curious about it for a while, but I heard it also has horror elements.
Are you scared?
No way. I've been totally looking forward to this.
Uh-huh.
It's just this kind of thing is way more fun to watch with someone else, you know?
Yeah. Like someone who is maybe like, you know, 1 level higher in charm, right?
Oh wait, it's starting. Man, the tension is palpable. That cliffhanger really made me want to know what happens next. I guess it was more zombies than horror, huh? The main girl was just an ordinary person, but she stood so strong in the face of adversity. I love that. I feel like I was able to focus on the story thanks to you. I'll let you know when I borrow the next one.
Sure. Yeah, no, happy to help, I think. Not sure how that one works, but yeah.
I'm gonna head off to bed. Good night.
Good night, Yukari. Chicken brown, chicken brown, chicken brown, meow. Logic does not apply. It's fine. Another day of training. We're gonna be so fast. We're gonna fucking crush it at this meet. The one time it seems like in the entire story that we're actually, you know, gonna go to a meet for track and field.
Almost there. Keep up the pace. This is our year. Hayase's got nothing on us.
Yeah, this is our year. Yeah. Let's go.
Welcome back.
The others aren't back yet. Kirijo-senpai said they'd be here by midnight. Maybe we shouldn't go to Tartarus today.
Hey!
Sonata-san really respects Sonata-san. I mean, I totally understand how he feels. Dude, Sonata-san won 16 boxing matches straight. If I look up to the guy, then kids must think he's an actual hero, you know? I agree. Hey, you think we got what it takes to be heroes? Seems impossible.
How are you?
As I said earlier, we shouldn't go to Tartarus today. I know you want to go because there's going to be a full moon soon, but it'd be better not to go.
Hey!
It's hard to describe how, but have you noticed that Sonata Senpai acts a little different around Amada-kun? Sort of. Wonder why. Maybe he doesn't get along with kids? He seems a bit socially awkward. Yeah, that's a good word for it. I guess.
Excuse me.
I want you to be aware of my strengths and weaknesses. I am weak against electric attacks, but second to none when it comes to gun attacks. I will riddle any kind of enemy with bullet holes. Awesome, thank you, Aegis. Appreciate you for that, bestie. You're the answer. Raise my academics. Sure. Let's get those caught up. Hopefully, maybe, soon. She's currently your favorite character. She is probably one of my favorites in the game. She's definitely like top 3 character in this game for me. I love her dearly. Oh. Pharos, is that you? Yeah.
Sorry to wake you.
Oh, no, Fuka.
I'm detecting a shadow. Please come to the 4th floor quickly.
Oh?
What's going on?
I don't remember this.
There's a shadow in the city. Yamagishi found it unexpectedly.
What? But the moon isn't full yet.
Oh, is this where we meet Strega?
It seems to be just a regular shadow, but there usually isn't any normal shadow activity outside of Tartarus.
It's near Naganaki Shrine. Akihiko
Oh no,
was
this is
already in the area, so he went ahead.
This is Koromaru. This is where we meet Koromaru.
I'm sure he can handle
Right,
it alone.
right.
We should be ready just in case.
Gotcha.
This is we're about to meet.
This is Yamagishi.
A party member, but I don't think it gets very serious. Full moon in 8 days is where shit will probably take a turn.
I'm here. Sorry, but I think you guys better come quick.
What's wrong? Are you in trouble?
No. The Shadow's been defeated. Or rather, it was already defeated when I got here.
What happened?
That's when you switch to lurking? Sounds good.
This little fella took a hit for me. I want to save him if we can.
Took a hit? Who's he talking about?
Don't ask me.
At any rate, let's move out.
Oh, buddy.
Kuro-chan! Are you okay, Kuro-chan?
You know this dog?
Yeah, everyone around here does. We've got to help him, quick!
First, we need to stop the bleeding.
Man, he's one tough fighter. He defeated that Shadow all by himself.
Wait, does that mean this dog's a Persona user?
Sure is.
He says, this is a place of peace, so I protected it. There are flowers over there. Those flowers, they must be for the priest who died in the accident here.
So he really was guarding this place.
Okay, hold on. Aegis, don't tell me you can translate dog language too.
Yeah, that's something that she has the capability to do.
Canines do not have their own language. However, speech is not the only means of communication.
He's okay, don't worry. He's fine. He's a little banged up, but he's okay.
This fellow really is a rare breed.
Correct.
He's not the only one.
All right, let's report to the chairman so we can conclude this mission. As for a vet, it's midnight, but I think I can arrange something.
Good job, boy. You're one amazing dog.
Look at him. I love him. How am I liking the game so far? I love it. I love Persona 3. I love the story. I love the characters. All of it's great. It's one of my favorite games. And this game is gorgeous. It's presented. No, see, he's fine, and he actually, I spoiled it a little bit, and they kind of did too. He's the next party member. we got a robot last. He's the next party member. About to leave. You're in October. How are you enjoying it so far? Is it your first time playing, or have you played before?
Wow, that was a great lap. Keep
Yeah,
it
look
up.
at me go. I'm
You
cooking.
might be able to win the whole thing.
Cora your favorite character? Agree. Then Aegis, then Aki. That's a good list, honestly. I think Aki might be a little bit lower on my list. But I do love Akihiko as well. 3 days left until the competition. Like, it feels weird saying, like, Koromaru's my favorite character in the game because he's literally just a dog and nothing more, but I do love him so much. If he counts as, you know, a character in the game, he's my favorite. But you played Portable last year? Nice, nice, nice. Have you seen how things look at Polonium Mall lately? The loss are really on the rise. I feel like it's really on us to do something about this now. Let's wipe the floor with these shadows. He is?
If I may speak.
I do not understand the canine language, but I can sense the emotions produced by such canine. Just a dog that's disrespectful. Listen, he's literally a dog. That's it. And I love that. And I'm of the thought that I think Morgana would be a better character if he was literally just a cat and not like a, you know, a speaking human monster cat thing. You know, that's me. I am able to receive similar images from all living things. Unfortunately, it seems humans have lost the ability to do so since they ended up relying on verbal communication. Morgana's your favorite in 5? Oh yeah. I did see that's where we differ a little bit. Isn't our group getting kind of wacky? Teddy, yeah, we can agree on Teddy being one of the characters. Have Koromaru in the fandom these not the Morgana dog. We got a Persona using robot, and now there's a Persona using dog. What's next, man? A gorilla with potential? Persona 6 incoming. They leaked Persona 6. They're gonna go to the zoo and meet a live gorilla who can summon a Persona.
Hey!
Pro-chan is so awesome. He was so brave that day. I don't know how he was trained, but he's amazing. You had a favorite character, but they broke your heart? Yeah. Yeah. The veterinarian told you that Koromaru was in stable condition. The wound was severe, but fortunately there wasn't any damage to his internal organs.
Well done.
Koromaru, that's one tough customer, huh? He protected what he needed to. What a good little guy. Just Koromaru and the Morgana color scheme. Yeah, it's a little cursed. It's funny. It's like cursed in like a funny way. So true. Okay. It's here today. Raises charm. Yes, please. I think we're getting close to 6 on charm. This is Pharos now. Hey, bestie.
Good evening. Things are really starting to liven up around here.
Hey, man. Yeah, things are going crazy. We met a robot. We met a dog.
So, how are you getting along with everyone?
Not bad.
Oh, that's good to hear. Just to remind you, the next full moon will be in 1 week.
Called Very Interesting Game. My favorite game. It's weird that max is 6, usually it's 5. It varies from game to game. Social stats are weird in that they're very inconsistent game to game. Mind you, am I ready?
I actually haven't been too worried about you lately.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty built different if you ask me.
But you should still be careful. I'll see you again.
Okay, bye. Because, like, in this one, you only have 3 social stats. Like, in Persona 5, you have 5 social stats. So, like, you know, the scaling is just weird in everyone. Alright, we have 2 more days of training, and then we have the meet. Look at me go. I'm absolutely mopping the floor with the rest of the team. I'm just so good. I beat my record. I'm 2nd on the team. Just 1 person left. The tournament is the day after tomorrow. We're gonna win it.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey, doesn't it seem like there are a lot more of the Lost than before? There was quite a few in the city today. They were making my friend really anxious. When's the next full moon again? Next week? We have to bring our A game, don't we?
What a relief.
I heard Koro-chan is going to be fine. That's such a relief. Do you think the priest who passed away protected him? I think so.
Why, certainly.
The bond between a person and their pet is truly wonderful.
Oh, that's right.
I've heard there's a dog that can use a persona. I've been researching the possibility for quite some time, but it's hard to believe it could really be true. I mean, can you imagine? A dog using a persona! A dog! Oh, you read my mind! You could be a formidable, pun, and... Yeah, I'm jumping off the rooftop. Yeah, sorry guys.
By the way,
Sorry guys. You all stay up so late. I try to stay up as late as you guys, but I'm always the first one to fall asleep. What do you guys do so late at night? Adult activity.
Jeez.
There you go, treating me like a kid again. You're not that much older than me, you know. Come to find me at you at Todai Station. Okay. Yeah. We'll go with Akihiko. Am I using any of the DLC personas? I'm using them as I get the ability to fuse them. I'm not summoning them from the thing, but I am fusing them together. And right now I think I have like all of the Persona 5 cast ones. As I have the ability to fuse them, I'll fuse them, but I'm not just like summoning them out of the registry. Not Wuk. Aki. Eho! Hey man, how's it going? Now that it's summer vacation, I get a lot of younger passengers around midnight. People who still talk about that revenge website thing, but is it that well known around here? Yeah. Oh, today's the day I finally returned the favor. Are you free? Yeah. Yes. All right, let's go.
All right. This time let's have a nice meal as we talk about our future battles.
What difficulty? I'm just on normal. I thought about going higher, but I was like, eh. For stream purpose, to keep the game moving, we'll just vibe.
Or do you not care as long as you're the one who gets to do the fighting?
Our future battles, huh?
What's wrong?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. First things first. Let's get some food.
Hey, what's going on? Should we call somebody?
There you are, Akihiko Sanada.
Oh. Oh, hey.
Oh, you're the guys from before.
Nice to meet you guys again.
Turns out you're pretty famous, huh? An up-and-coming boxer, that it?
Time to pick up where we left off. Show me what you got.
Yeah, man.
Kicking your ass is gonna do wonders for our rep. No way we're gonna pass this up.
Yeah, man.
Champ or not, look at our numbers. You ain't got a chance.
Take him one-on-one.
boxers are tough, ain't they? What? You can't handle a challenge?
You're welcome to join him, though, Pipsqueak. See? We're reasonable, right?
Oh, okay, then. Yeah, we got this.
You said beating me would do wonders for your rep. I thought this was about testing each other's strength.
You idiot. I'm just gonna have fun kicking your ass because you're full of yourself. And who the hell cares about any of that as long as you win? Isn't that how you roll too?
Looks like a fight is going to break out. I have to do something.
So, you want to go first or what?
Get back.
Look out, it's a fire!
You shitting me? Get back here!
Hey, nobody runs away from us!
Look, a distraction!
Running away is easy enough. It's losing them that's the hard part. Still, made for a good workout, right?
Yeah, man.
That was some quick thinking, by the way. Just what I'd expect from our leader.
Not just what. Sure did. That's a distraction over there. Look. Not a problem.
I don't exactly like turning my back to an opponent. But it doesn't matter in the end if I can't protect the ones beside me. And being outnumbered increases our risk of injury or damaging our surroundings. What I mean is, you made the right call. I owe you one. Hmm? It's addressed to me. Says it contains fruits, snacks, and beverages.
I'm sure it does.
Looks like it's from my parents. I'll take it to my room later.
Oh, okay. Your parents?
Yeah, my foster parents that adopted me. I haven't kept in touch lately since I'm so busy.
I forgot that he was adopted.
Like you're doing well.
I forgot that. I knew he was an orphan, but I forgot that he had actually gotten adopted.
I appreciate how much they care, but this is a little too generous. Want to take some of it off my hands? And again, you'll hardly make a dent in this either.
We can share it with everyone.
Good idea. Would you mind gathering everyone up?
You've decided you do not like Goro Akechi. Well, that didn't take long.
Everything is such high quality. I can tell just by looking. Your parents must really care about you.
No, I like Akechi. Shush.
At least you know how to behave.
What has made you decide you don't like Akechi, Leaf? I'm curious. What's the reasoning behind it? Akechi is a character in Persona 5. Really like Akihiko's voice actor. Yeah, I wasn't sure on the voice. Genuinely, like during like the lead up in the trailers and stuff, I wasn't sure on the voice, and it's a shame because I really like the voice actor, Alejandro Saab, I think is how you say his name. He's in a lot of other stuff. He's like Jing Yuan and Honkai. He's in a bunch of like animes and stuff. He does a lot of other good roles. He's great. I like him. But I wasn't sure on the voice when I first heard it, but the more I've heard it in game, the more I'm like, yeah, no, it's really good. It's really, really good. Like, it's not the original voice, it's not close, and I'm kind of like, for some of them, it feels like they kind of tried to like replicate the original voice. His, they didn't, but like, I'm okay with it. I think it works really well.
My parents have been good to me. I obviously haven't told them about what we do here, though.
That's how you feel about Yukari? Yeah, Yukari is definitely one of the ones where it feels like they tried to get closer to the voice. I don't have any issue with Yukari's voice. I think it's good, but just don't like characters like him. Do not like JJJ from Spider-Man. Just think they're annoying. That's fair. Yeah, I can see that angle of it. I feel like he's different, like dramatically different from that kind of role, but I can see where the connection lies, and I can see that that's valid. Yeah.
Wow! When it comes to being considerate of others, you're a heavyweight. Glad to have you in our corner, Senpai.
There he goes again. He sure looked good, though. Thanks for sharing, Sanada-senpai.
Take whatever you want.
Hey, this looks really good. What's that?
Going for that one, huh? You get that
for royalty.
You have my
She sounds so different and weird to me, and then she sounds normal and some.
Most of it.
Yeah, this is, it varies a little bit. I do think my favorite voice of the new cast is Junpei's. I love Xeno's Junpei. It's so good.
I've really got to show my gratitude to my parents and to everyone here. Well, all this talk about my parents reminded me of some things from the past. Like why I'm here right now. I guess I feel like I remember my reason for fighting.
Glad to hear it. The thing is, like, genuinely, I don't feel like there's a bad member of the cast, and that's like, you know, the best thing that I can say about it. There are some that I like more than others, but like overall, I think the entire new cast is very, very solid, and there's none that I feel like don't fit the character.
The dorm's gotten so much busier. The orphanage used to be something like this too. We all lived under the same roof, just having casual conversations. I'd forgotten what it was like, but it wasn't so bad. I remembered after you suggested we share with everyone.
Let's do it again sometime.
Tell that to my parents. I really gotta repay you in particular, though, or we'll never be squared away. All right, it's pretty late now. I guess we should clean up and call it a night.
Okay. There's something mixed in here. It's a letter and some sort of handcrafted object. Looks like a gold medal that's made out of cardboard.
What? Is there something there? This is...
Is it yours?
This medal doesn't really belong to anyone. It's from a long time ago. Do you mind if I ask you something? You take on the role of our leader, and you're stronger than anyone else in your own right.
Correct.
That's more than just being talented. Where do you get that strength from?
Thanks to the bonds I have.
Oh, I see. You mean you feel motivated because you have people in your
No, I
corner?
mean I literally go into a room and fuse new personas, and they get stronger based on how many times I've hung out with certain friends. I mean that very literally. Bitch has it against the Phantom Thieves, and for what? Because he's got his own conspiracies in his head? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. To be fair, that's the entire police force, though. They all kind of are the same way. They're all like, everything's the Phantom Thieves' fault, clearly. You know, it's bad.
Bonds with others, huh? That
Well,
might be
ACAB
something I
true! Real.
Well, whatever it is, you've clearly got something that I don't. But being jealous or trying to copy you isn't gonna help me. That strength is yours alone. I'm going to get stronger, but I'll do it my way.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, we were supposed to be cleaning up. I'll take care of the rest. Things got so busy that I missed out on my chance to thank you again. Hopefully the food was enough for today. I'll invite you out again some other time.
Sounds good, man. I'll look forward to it. Lux Tropical Fruit, Imperial Sweet Set, and Fresh Juice. I took Sonata's gesture of appreciation and returned to my room. I feel like my charm has improved after seeing how Sonata cares for his parents. Aw. Do. One more day of training. And then we've got the big meet. Bakugan High School practice field. We trained all day to prepare for the competition on August 2nd.
Stay focused, everyone! Tomorrow's the big day! Whoa, you're doing great.
What can I say? I'm pretty awesome. Woolly Pop drop high quality pal oil. Huh.
That's the
Okay.
fastest time on the team. Good luck tomorrow. You got this.
I'm the fastest on the team. Let's go, baby. I'm so good. I'm ready. I'm locked in. We're gonna win the whole thing.
I see you're back.
I hear you'll be in that competition tomorrow. You'd better do your best to win. Although there's this guy, Hayase, who they say is supposed to crush the competition. Watch out for him. Oh yeah, I've heard that name before. He's a pretty famous dude. I've seen him in sports magazines. What's the point of trying to go up against guys like that? You'll just wear yourself out. Well, there's a full moon soon, so I guess you can look at it as training or something. I think coffee is best taken black. Don't you agree, Kodak-san? Do you drink it another way? I like milk and sugar.
What?
Really? Huh, I guess that doesn't taste so bad either.
Leader.
My persona can be likened to a shield and halberd. Not only am I skilled at attacking, I can also acquire various support abilities. I will be a valuable ally on the front lines of battle.
By the way...
Do you remember that shadow from the other day? Oh, I'm talking the one that Koro-chan defeated. Anyway, for some reason, it reminded me of something of Kirijo-senpai had said. About how normal shadows don't usually appear outside Tartarus, but some irregular ones do. I guess they appeared sometimes back when it was just our senpais who were fighting them. Thinking of watching another boxing DVD here today. A documentary about two champs who were rivals. Maybe you'll find someone who you can call your rival at tomorrow's tournament. Some more courage? Yeah, we need more courage. Then we can hang out with Fuka.
In this fight, each side had one win and one loss. A serious all-or-nothing match.
Also, I think our vegetables were done like yesterday, and I forgot to get them, so we should go get them today.
The fact that they were lifelong rivals only helped them push each other to the top. Do you have anyone you'd consider a rival?
You're my rival.
Interesting. I think facing off against you would make for a good match, but I have no intention of losing. Maybe we should try sparring sometime.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Anyways, you'd have to be really lucky to find a partner like that. All the athletes from the other schools avoid me, so it's tough finding an opponent to spar with. And I don't think a long-time childhood friend is quite the same thing as a rival. But hey, the world is a big place. I'll just keep polishing my skills until I find the right person. Sorry, we were supposed to be relaxing, but I just ended up talking the whole time. Let's do this again.
That's okay.
I'll put on some real good matches then.
Bet. Brown, triple brown, meow, triple brown, meow. Triple brown, meow.
Before you go to sleep, you want to crack a raw egg for some protein first?
Yeah, you know, good old raw egg before bed. Delicious. My favorite. He really said, damn, yeah, you know, I'm just too good for you, honestly. Like, yeah, that sucks. What's good, Chris? How you doing?
Attention! The time is upon us to demonstrate outstanding sportsmanship. May the best runner win.
That's what you love to hear.
Hey, you're almost up.
How are you feeling? Think you got this?
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. Don't forget to cheer for me.
You got it. Leave the cheering to me. Oh, yeah. Here, take this. It should help get you energized for the race.
A special drink. Man, did you just give me PEDs like seconds before I went on? Bro, like, hold on, I whipped something up at home that'll make sure you win this shit for sure. Check this shit out. I got you. This will ensure that you win this race.
Since this is your first big event, let me give you some advice.
That is most of your teammates who eat raw protein powder? Yeah. That also feels like something Akihiko would do. Bro, it's like fucking Michael Jordan at halftime in Space Jam. They're like, oh, hold on, I got you. I'll get you the special stuff. Don't worry. This is your first big event. Let me give you some advice.
All you have to do is give it your all. Remember, mind over matter.
Yeah, man.
The biggest enemy out there is yourself.
I think my biggest enemy is Hayase.
All right, dude.
But yeah.
Go show him what you're made of.
It's just water. With a little Adderall. Just a little bit. Mild cocaine.
That was amazing! I can't believe it's your first time competing.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm pretty awesome.
On top of that, this was your fastest time yet.
Smelling salts.
Man, you killed it! Looks like all your hard work paid off.
Still a bummer, though. Even with your incredible performance, that guy still won.
This is rigged.
You mean Hayase, right? They say he blows everyone out of the water in every competition. I thought people were exaggerating.
He's not actual PEDs.
Jeez, he's insane. We could sure use someone like him on our team. Ah, damn it! We'll get him next time for sure.
Next time for sure.
Hey, wait. Isn't that him?
Hey man, how's it going?
Yo, you were pretty fast.
Yeah, you were pretty fast too. What's your secret? You got some secret stuff over there that you want to pass along? I've been training.
Must have been some training. Hey, I know this is weird all of a sudden, but would you want to hang out sometime?
Sure, I don't mind.
Cool, sounds good. You still need to work on your technique, but I feel like you've got potential. Maybe you could help push me to test my limits. I usually grab a bite to eat at the strip mall in Iwatodai after school. Stop by sometime if you feel like it.
Cool.
The name's Mamoru Hayase. Well, I'll see you around.
All right. Bye.
Wow. Hayase must really see you as a worthy rival.
Yeah, he comes over. He's like, "Damn, you were pretty fast. Not fast enough, but like you were fast. But like hey, you kind of suck. But like, you could be better. Anyway, cool. See you later."
If you see him again, tell him this. Next time I'll kick your ass!
Yeah, I'll tell him that.
You got that?
Yeah, I'll exactly like that. Yeah.
By the way, wasn't that Nimura guy from Third High supposed to be pretty good too? He never showed.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the guys from his school. Apparently they couldn't get a hold of him. They even went out to check his house, but he wasn't there.
So he's gone missing. Did he run away from home? Maybe he was afraid of going up against Hayase.
Yeah, I gotta copy the exact way that he said it.
Do you think it's because of that apathy syndrome thing?
No idea. Hope he shows up again soon in one piece.
Yeah. Anyway, now's not the time to get down in the dumps. Our school did great today, after all.
Yeah, thanks to me.
Good job out there.
What can I say? I'm pretty great.
All right, let's get out of here.
Decided to head back with my teammates.
Oh, it's you.
I heard from Akihiko that you did well in the competition. It's no big deal. Regardless, I'm impressed with your ability to balance so many aspects of your life successfully. Yeah, that's amazing. You should give yourself some more credit. If nothing else, you're at least doing something unlike someone else I knew.
Thanks.
Yeah. Sticks and bones can break my, whatever. Anyway, it's almost a full moon, right? That's something I can do. The mission, I mean. Yeah, the next full moon is on August 6th. That's Thursday. It's likely that the enemy will be stronger than the last one, so make sure you're ready. The other person is going to reappear in a different franchise. He got isekai'd. Winning tournaments is cool and all, yeah, but now's the time for the real battle. And for us, losing ain't an option. Get ready for some action.
Good to see you.
You must be tired, right? Maybe we shouldn't go to Tartarus then. Go get some rest.
Good job.
Blazing in the top rank of a club that you just started? Well done. Wish we could go take some full moon shadows while you're still in the zone.
Excellent.
Mastery of both academic obligations and combat is no mean feat. And yet you continue to deliver. Keep up the good work.
Jeez.
Junpei should really join a school club or something. He looks so bored every day. We'd probably have fun on some sports team. He always has so much energy after all. I guess once to do the plants. M's in here. Doesn't have anything new to do. Let's go get our plants. Tarukaja potato, Rakukaja potato, Matarukaja potato. Neat. The wait is over. Limited meal set today. Yippee! We'll go with Aegis to do the potatoes.
Excuse me.
I have further analyzed the data on home gardens. Let us proceed to the rooftop.
Yes.
Understood. I will begin making my way to the rooftop with maximum efficiency.
There appears to be less damage from pests than the data in my prediction suggests. We haven't taken any specific measures against them. What is the cause of this?
Wow, we're in the middle of a city.
Oh, this is... Look! I've sighted a ladybug larva. It's very small and adorable.
Please keep it away from me. Just leave it alone.
Agreed. We wouldn't want to interrupt it while it's eating. Ladybugs are the natural predators of pests that damage plants. That would explain why there weren't any harmful insects around. Thank you very much, little ladybug. Even in just these tiny planters, there is so much life. There's no one to teach them. They're just doing the best they can. My apologies. I got distracted. Let's keep working.
Come to the plants with Aegis.
Excuse me. Please apply the repellent on that end. Pests deserve no mercy.
So true, Aegis. So true.
Status reads all green. No problems to report. That concludes our mission for today. We should head back now.
Sounds good, man. Let's do it. Alright, 3 days left until the full moon.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth.
Hi. If you tell me someone fell in.
I'm calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into Tartarus. 2 this time, I believe. Please swiftly and safely conduct a search and rescue. Goodbye now.
It's 3 days left to the full moon, huh? That's how you're gonna do me? That's what's gonna happen today? Summer vacation continues. No Maya today. We can go with Maiko. We can go feed the cat. You will kill bitches for Makoto, you swear? Yeah. Cat is purring loudly. It seems happy. It seems to have regained all its energy by eating the cat food. I think it'll be okay without me having to feed it anymore. But what if I want to? Benevolent Protector is the achievement that I just got. By the way.
Marvelous.
Of course it was.
I'm looking.
I may assist you. About requests.
Are you accepting a request? Let's hear the results.
Seems you have completed a request. One moment while I check. You have successfully fed the
That is
hungry
a
cat.
great relief.
Thank you. I can feel relief in the very cockles of my heart. I hope it prospers forever and ever. Please take this as your reward. Male summer garb. Neat.
Very well.
Alright, we'll go with Nozumi. Diamond, do you want to get something to eat? I can hear my poor stomach screaming for attention. Yes! Wonderful, my gourmet friend. What are you in the mood for today? Rice? Sandwiches? Or maybe noodles? I know just the place. This one or Persona 5? Persona 5 is the one she's playing. Hurry, Zakun. I'm dying from hunger here.
Well, look who it is. I knew you sounded familiar. I'd recognize that shrill, grating voice anywhere. I mean, who wouldn't? I don't have all the free time in the world like you high school kids, so let's try to keep this short. My son gave you money that was supposed to pay for his cram school. I'd appreciate it if you'd give it back. Let's just be done with this. I won't bother you again if you return the money now. Are we good?
Look, sir, I don't think you have the full picture here. Your son said he hates cram school. That's why he was hiding in the park by himself. I was doing him a favor. If anything, you should be thanking me.
Buddy.
Right?
Sorry, what?
See? He thinks so too. In his heart, I hope.
Well, what's this? Someone sure is bold today. You sure you're not gonna start screaming emergency and run away?
My, you really don't have a clue, do you? No wonder you don't understand how your son feels. Besides, haven't you heard? He's my bodyguard now.
I did not agree to this. Seems to trust me with all his heart. I didn't agree to any of this.
Look, I should be the one forgiving you. And even if I did, there's no way you're getting into paradise. People like my dead brother, non-believers like you, you're not welcome there.
Yeah, man.
Talking to you gives me a headache. You know my son, right? He's still in elementary school, and yet he has a better head on his shoulders than you do.
Oh.
Your parents have my sympathy. I'd be ashamed if my son were as neck deep in this cult as you are.
What? What did you just say to me? So that's how it is, huh? You're just like the rest of them. You think I should have died instead, don't you? You don't think I'll ever hold a candle to my twin brother, do you?
Knock it off. Damn kid.
All right. Let's cool it off there,
God,
bestie.
This has been such a waste of time. Fine. If that's how you want to play, then just you wait and see. Better watch yourself, kid. Hang around this guy for too long, and he'll scam you too.
I feel like he already has. He scammed me out of like 6 days of my life.
I tell my son the same thing. Choose your friends carefully. Now excuse me.
Come back when you've learned a little respect. Actually, don't come back. Ever! We won! We fought that guy off! As long as you're here, I've got nothing to fear.
I don't feel like that's the lesson we should take away from this.
Dying of hunger, wasn't I? Come on!
Alright, well, we encouraged bad decisions today. Wasn't the first time, won't be the last time. There'll be a full moon on Thursday. I'm sure some kind of shadow will show up. It's coming up quickly, so please make sure you're fully prepared.
Leader.
That's what you should know regarding my persona. It seems my persona excels in endurance. Basic attacks will do nothing against me. In other words, I am a tough guy.
Hey.
Last month's operation didn't go so smoothly because the enemies were behaving erratically. So I'm doing some visualization training exercises to ensure that doesn't happen again. I'll do my best to support everyone.
Not bad.
Junpei's in quite high spirits, huh? Maybe he doesn't want to lose to Koromaru. Well, I certainly understand that feeling. I don't like the idea of some dog swooping in and hogging all our glory. If you're heading to Tartarus, I'll join you. I want to go wild tonight. Hi, Yukari. Junpei's upstairs. Okay, let's go to Tartarus. We have 2 people we need to save. Everyone can go tonight. Perfect.
Yes.
Hopefully I can get a clock room so I can catch somebody up on levels. I can catch either Aki or Junpei up on levels. Probably Aki.
Yes.
Tartarus appears to have a special little guest today. And between its jaws, it clenched a fragment that emitted a curious blue light. Should your curiosity get the best of you, perhaps you'd best pay this guest the visit. I believe it will likely be on floor 72. Well, off you go. Okay, well, interesting.
Good day.
Floor 72
I can send
for that. 78 and 81. Okay. Okay, so we should start
Very
lower and just work our way up. I have just normal team with me. Perfect. 68. Jagged clockwork. I love it. It's such a nice mechanic.
Everyone, it's time to get to work.
Keep your
At
eyes.
70, we need to go up 2 more floors. Everything on these floors should be pretty doable. Actually, what if I just... Would I be better off with Satana 29 strength or 34 on Flauros, but I get Harukaja? We're gonna go Satana here.
Follow my lead.
Remember, only one left. We can stop at things like that, I guess. All right. We're not gonna go easy.
Not that this is gonna give me much EXP anyways, but
We beat them to a pulp, as they say.
I do say that. You're correct, Igus. Ultra Gem, Andy.
Shadow Side. We have the advantage. Remember, we can stop at things like that.
I'm in trouble.
Her leader took one out. Kirito-senpai, your defense is reduced. Yes.
I forgot I gave Igus a grenade launcher. I forgot that that was a thing that she has on right now.
We have seized victory. Let us proceed.
We're gonna learn when the story got serious, but apparently your head wants to hurt as well. Take care, Sudoku. Hope you have a good one. No worries whatsoever.
There's a treasure chest.
Kadoosh.
They won't know it's not out of this yet. One enemy defeated. Good point, Kirito-senpai. Let's finish this.
Oh, double crit. Okay, well that works too.
Well executed, Igus.
All squad members, forward. There's another escape. Fire. Critical hit.
Taki Minakata, sure.
Mission complete.
That was excellent leadership. Keep up the good work.
Life Sash. Cool.
A staircase.
Go up.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
It's times like this that I miss Ryuji's skill.
This place is incredible. It's like a 3-dimensional labyrinth.
This is where you come in. Sorry if you feel pressured, but we'll be relying on your support.
There's only one left. They're all so powerful. All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
Money.
We have seized victory. Let us proceed.
That shadow looks way too strong.
Nah, easy. Free, actually.
We got the enemy looks tough.
Oh, baby. Smart shot.
Yes, this is your.
Get ready.
Now to finish you. Goodbye, man, run.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Persona.
It have no effect.
Now's the time. I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time. Reflexes, Yukari-chan!
A battle will fall.
Defeated! Good work out there!
Yep, sure is.
Now then, resuming exploration. A staircase.
Perfect. That's what we were looking for, is one of these. Should open up the clock room. Thank you. What should I think of? Aki. Oh, I can do all of them? Oh, I can do 2 of them at a time. Okay, cool. I was like, I can do all of them? 2 of them at a time. That's perfect, yeah. Yukari and Fuka are a level behind. Got a really good mental image of how I should be moving. Yep. That is fine by me. We will replace Mitsuru and Aegis. Let's go together. Who should you switch with? Aegis. Let's go together. Who are you gonna switch with? Mitsuru. Resume from 71.
Okay, let's head out. There's a shadow.
Oh. Well, that's awkward.
Just when I thought we didn't have to deal with the creepy faces anymore. It gets weirder.
Yeah, so true. I'm so over leveled that they're scared of me down here.
We got the upper hand.
Bonk.
That's it! Enemy down! Clear! Again! You're finished!
Let's go.
That's it! Enemy down!
One more.
You're finished! All right. Here we go!
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
We did it!
Junpei is leveled up.
Replace Agi. Counter-Strike. Does not stack, yeah.
Oh, new skill, huh?
Zionga. Lek boost. Sort of Bia.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Nice going, Junpei. There's a teleporter on this floor, right? Perfect.
Yes.
I guess. Junpei. Aki. So now what? We've got everybody but Yukari and Fuka, I think, should be 34. And Yukari and Fuka are 33 each. Sick. God, that's so nice. It's so nice that you don't have to leave party members behind or spend like an extra several hours grinding them up.
There's no room for carelessness. Stay alert.
I'm getting a faint reading of a living thing. It could be a person, so please try looking for them.
Okay.
There's a faint signal. It's there. You just have to find it. Why
There's
is
no
there
room for
a
carelessness.
cat?
Stay alert.
How did a cat get in here? Oh, you're scared.
I have to study hard too.
The situation is favorable. Our leader took one. I'll get it next time.
There we go.
Too easy. completed. Good work out there.
All right, let's be on our way.
He also switch back to Sakana. Here. Hotcha Jam. Cat.
Is that?
There's a cat that looks pretty nonchalant. Kitty in a place like this? Anyway, we need to protect it. Please come back to the entrance immediately.
Yes.
Kev offered me something. Holding his mouth. Maybe it's a thank you gift? A bit damp, but I think I could still use it. Thanks, bud.
Welcome back.
Okay, so there's 78 at least, so I can jump on a teleporter to 77. 79, perfect. That makes things easy.
I have to get stronger too. I have to be a better support for the team.
You're doing great, Fuka.
Keep your eyes peeled.
There's a treasure chest. What should we?
This is an opportunity. Well,
That was easy. Magician. 2 of the item can be water. Yeah, sure. I'll take that. I'd love the like the ones that level up a persona or like give me stats.
Leadership.
Those would be handy to get right about now. Those are, I feel like, the only ones that really would make
on the walls are gone. It's not as scary, is it?
much of a difference.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a shadow.
Found the lady who went missing.
Powerful enemy spotted. Please be careful.
Hey, come here, come here. Bonk.
The enemy looks tough.
Damn, no crits.
One more. In this situation, that's it is time. Persona. You're doing it. You dodged it. That's our leader. Low thermal readings.
Oh.
I guess it's frozen in place. That I appreciate it.
Still no crits. Damn. Unfortunate. Uh-oh.
Close. Nice reflexes, you in this situation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I could have just knocked this thing at this point, but there's the crit finally.
It's over. No shadows detected.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
There's a powerful enemy ahead.
Oh, I didn't get. I lost my speed somewhere.
Prepare yourself.
Shall I move to strike?
Go for it. Professor Leia.
I have to do this.
Come first, Persona.
Low thermal readings.
Ow.
The leader's been knocked down.
Were you trying to hit me?
You dodged the attack. Nice one.
is the one that's full moon, right? Baby, baby. Ooh, yeah.
Now's the time. Thank you. Appreciate it. I guess it's down. This is bad.
Try harder.
Eureka Senpai. That was a beautiful dodge.
Alright. Start the revolution.
Down but not out, as they say. I guess it's back up. Time to retaliate. There. Hit. Right on target.
Viva la revolution! Let's go, I guess.
A battle well fought. No shadows detected.
Okay, you've already hit 34. So we're all even now. We rescued the lady. We've got one other one who's in here somewhere. Where's the other one?
Good day. I can sense.
83 and 89. Cool.
Very well then.
What's my closest teleport to that? Is it still the same 77? No, 82. Perfect. Signal from 84. Nice.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Long ass hallway.
This would be a good test of your strength. But don't get careless. Wow, you're all so powerful.
That would have been convenient if we could have not missed Mitsuru.
Inflicted. That's one. Enemy defeated. You're doing great, Yukari-chan. Let's finish this.
It's over.
Yes.
Hey.
Counting on you. Perfect. We can grab
We don't see that kind of chest.
this. I have 11. We can use 2. Getsu A. Okay. No, we don't need your help this moment.
The enemy's nearby.
Soul drop. Handy.
Hey there.
What'd you find? Not a lot, but we'll take it. There's the dude.
All clear to proceed.
Oh, he's straight south here.
Objective value located.
Perfect. Grab this chest. Straight south. Man, how's it going? Must be one of the people who went missing.
Yes.
Good day.
Yeah.
Here are my requests.
I think that's it. I do want to... I'm level 34, so I should be able to fuse a new couple of personas. Including, but not limited to, one that I've had my eye on for a while.
Welcome to the
One that Leaf might recognize. Because she's been,
registering. Will you
reliant
register into the compendium?
to say...
Registration. Are you in search of new power?
Well then.
I could
Shall we
make...
take a look? This would be a wise choice.
Kaguya! Look at her. I think honestly I'm gonna give her mostly passives
What do you wish to inherit?
from these two. This one, growth 1, and we'll do apt pupil.
It appears it will receive a good amount of extra power.
That thing that made you feel like an idiot. Yeah, the one that's really broken in OP in early game Royal. We're hoping for more of the same here. I am Kaguya. Thou who challengeth the peculiar moonlight, let me be thy strength. Multi-target boost, high counter. Oh, baby. Amrita shower. Okay. Increases power of attacks that target all foes by 15%. Sick. Yeah, she's very good.
This power might be too much for you. This power might be too much for you.
Thoth.
Have you all the elements you need?
Black Frost. I'm close to getting Black Frost. And to do so, I need to get King Frost, which I could fuse right now, but I don't have the stuff for it, so I need to figure out what I need.
Are you finished?
But we got Kaguya. I didn't resummon Personas. I forgore. Is there no space to resummon both of them, or should I just resummon one? I don't know that I really need Satana beyond its passive buffs. I'll be honest with you. I only have one. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just bring back, who do we use for that? Floros?
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This is your progress so far.
Floros.
So you'll be summoning this one? Very well, it's yours.
Yes, please.
Very well. We look...
I love how the more that I've learned about my, like how to make personas and shit, the more that all of my personas end up looking more and more like this. With like 1 or 2 skills and like 8 passives. I feel like that's how most of the ones that I make end up looking. It's very funny.
Oh, hello.
Stack passives on passives on passives and just let them fucking delete shit. It's especially good once you have like a lot of persona slots. I feel like having like specialized personas for everything is more useful than having like generalized personas. Guess who's bored? Uh-huh. Downtime. No, you. Oh, got him. Why no hermit? Yeah. No Maya. Meat, veggie, meat. So true, bud. I thought I would be able to do it for the most part over the summer, but apparently it's not yet. Oh, it's so hot. It's really starting to feel like summer. I don't want to hit heat exhaustion before the next operation, so I'm gonna stay inside today.
By the way,
thought you'd like to know. Koromaru's condition seems to be improving. Glad to hear
precisely.
it. Yes, he may be a diminutive figure, but he's a fighter. We will do well to learn from his example and stay vigilant in our own endeavors. Do 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 do. Strip mall. It's a Tuesday, right? You can go with No. I forget what days he said. Unless he's up. No, I don't see him up there. We can go with Bunkichi and Mitsuru though.
I wonder.
Will our relationship grow next time? Yes, perfect. Music is so cheerful, it's great. It's a vibe.
Welcome back.
Day after tomorrow is the full moon, huh? I'm already getting fired up. Let's kick some ass. It's honestly hot as hell, but at least I'm one cool dude. Anyways, you know you can always count on me, right? Our enemy's got nothing on me.
That was pretty good.
Training during this season is really exhausting. I'd like to wring a bit more range of movement out of my body, but maybe I should stop rethink my pacing. Why go that far? Become even stronger. After all, the shadows are getting tougher. I haven't been able to stop thinking about how that show ended last time, so I borrowed the next DVD. How about it, Kyoda-kun? You up to watch some more of this zombie show with me? Yes! Let's do it. Alright then, let's get into it.
This series always has such crazy plot twists. When the main girl's best friend betrayed her, I was like, what?
This is so true. I was also like that, Yukari.
Being backstabbed by the one person you trusted most is just horrible. What would you do if that happened to you?
I'd never recover.
Well, yeah, even without a dramatic betrayal, I'd be hurt if a friend started treating me differently. That happened to me once. A girl I was close to suddenly started avoiding me. Oh shoot, it's starting! It's so fast-paced, we really need to pay attention.
I love that we watch TV from the opposite side of the room.
It's just gonna end like that?
We sit in the opposite side of the room on the couch and just fucking watch from like really far away. Very funny. Tired and heading to bed, but you just want to keep playing Persona 5? Real. Well, good night, Leaf. Hope you have a good rest. And I will see you tomorrow, presumably, for a stream of more Persona 5.
Ugh, it happens every time. But they're so good at leaving you hanging. I need to know how it ends. Let's watch more next time, okay?
You are correct. You know, I can make the assumption.
It's getting pretty late. We better head back to our rooms.
Triple brown, triple brown, triple brown, meow, triple brown, triple brown, triple brown, meow. 1 day left until the operation. Yippee! Who wants to hang out with me today? Got a few messages. Kaz, Kenji. Okay. Maya? Question mark? It's one I would like to just get done with over the summer, but she doesn't seem to be available most days. Mitsuko. Cool. Mamoru here? He is. Cool.
Yo.
You remembered me, huh? I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. Want to join me? Sure.
Yeah.
Let's see who can eat faster. The loser has to run 100 laps around the city. Ready? Yes, he is full of confidence. But I feel the courage welling up within me to face him. I can take him on.
Hey, eat up. Slowing down. Is that all you've got?
You want to see what I got?
That's the forbidden burning tongue technique. And I'll do it too.
Yeah, what can I say?
Go, 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 go! Ow! Hot, hot.
Yeah, see, and I hate it. Finish eating at the same time.
Whew. Oh, looks like it's a tie.
I need you all to know that Leaf went from brown chicken, brown meow to Bad Romance by Lady Gaga in the span of 10 seconds, and it's arguably the most cursed yet artistically innovative matchup I've ever heard. Oh my god.
Not many people can keep up with me. I'm impressed.
I thought I could win.
That's so. Guess it was close then. Oh. Had a lot of guts challenging me at takoyaki though. I respect that.
Just wanted to go to bed in peace. Not allowed around here. Oh.
I knew you had potential when I met you.
It's a fearless smile on his face. The Star Runner from another school is taking a shine to me. The star.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Star Arcana.
Doing a VC with me, not sure how much peace she's getting. None, probably. But also, like, maximum.
The way I see it, tie's no better than a loss. I'll do like I promised and run 100 laps around the city. You do whatever you think is best. Heck of a fight today. See you around.
I'm gonna go home and not run 100 laps around the city, but that's just me.
Oh, welcome back.
Well, tomorrow's the full moon. Are you ready? Yeah? Good, me too. Well, aside from being ready mentally, we have to get physically prepared too. We'll be on standby in the dorms tomorrow, so let's do everything that we need tonight. Alright then, let's do our best, like always.
Excuse me.
The population of the Lost increases notably before a full moon. I have reconfirmed my objective to assure we win at any cost, no matter what.
Hi.
We have to win this time too. I'll give it everything I've got so that I can see Korra-chan again, now that he's gotten better.
Hey.
I'm starting to get nervous about tomorrow. I think I'm going to check one more time to make sure I'm fully prepared. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I wouldn't want to get in the way of your nail painting. My mistake.
Hello.
Do you need some more time to get used to the operations? No. No, I don't. I'm good. I'm good, thanks.
Yes.
And good luck on the next one as well. I'll be rooting for you from the shadows. Hey, Akihiko.
I see.
Gotta love Akutsuki. Is the fridge open yet? Bit of space. So I chill it in the fridge? Yeah. I should remember to give it to Elizabeth sometime tomorrow or later. You just had to help me? Yeah, I just had to put my fish in the fridge.
I recently expanded
The fish that I've had in my pockets for, you know, several months.
My nutrition and match. So I got some pork liver today because it's supposed to be rich in iron.
Okay.
But I don't think it'll taste like much if I just boil it like usual. That's why I'm gonna try cooking a pork liver stir fry. I already looked up how to make it. Think you can help out?
You bet.
Good to hear. You like this dish too?
I've never had pork liver, so I don't know.
I've already cleaned the meat ahead of time. All that's left is to cook the liver, then stir the chives and bean sprouts in. And that should be it. Wow, this is great! I guess it was a good thing I took the time for all that prep.
Looks pretty good, honestly. Based on the PNG on the plate.
They say a boxing match is decided before the bell even rings. Maybe this is kind of the same thing.
Iron athlete meal.
Oh, sorry. Obviously, this wouldn't have been possible without your help. I've still got a lot to learn. But it's hard to make time for it with all my training and stuff. Maybe if I attach weights to the pan when I'm flipping, I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I'm not gonna clean up the kitchen after you do that. I'm just letting you know in advance. You're on your own for that one. There will be a full moon tonight. A powerful shadow will appear. I should stay home today and conserve my strength. One of my favorite Persona tropes. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I fully understand the question. What defines a Persona trope?
A full moon once again.
Any luck, Yamagishi?
Yes, I can sense it. There's a shadow reading tonight, as expected.
Or deadly food. Yeah, it can be fine. Is there anything of that in 5? I know Fuka's a horrendous cook in 3, and obviously Chie and Yukiko are the main ones in 4. I don't remember that in 5. That could just be missing it.
That's what I'm talking about.
On.
It's located by
Oh
the
yeah, On
deserted
does kind of
houses
suck
in
it.
the northern
She's
part of
not like,
Iwatodai.
you know, that bad though. She's bad, but she's not like, you know, going to kill you with food. At least from what I remember.
But there's something strange. The reading is coming from underground.
Yeah,
Almost
you
10
cook more
meters.
than anybody else in 5. It's not like a main
Maybe
story
it's in
plot
some
point
kind of basement?
like it is with the others. It's just kind of like brought up a couple times of like, oh yeah, they can't cook, haha, and that's kind of it.
According to the records for the Northern Harbor, there are no structures that match that criteria.
Okay.
However, there once was an underground facility used by the military.
Oh, that would make sense.
The military? Is that true?
Well, the architectural and geographical data for the area was uploaded into her memory.
Right.
Then again, the information hasn't been updated in 10 years.
I mean, I guess she was asleep, but that feels like something we should do.
Correct. The data is 10 years old.
That feels like it wouldn't be that hard to update.
Shouldn't someone fix that?
I'm with Junpei on this one. Shouldn't something be done about that?
So how exactly do we proceed?
Is the facility still there?
We won't know more until we actually get there.
Old relics of war. It seems the situation is still unclear at this time. With that in mind, we'll wait until we arrive before we decide who should be deployed.
Agreed.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
Iwatodai Northern Harbor underground facility entrance.
I didn't know there was a place like this so close by.
Target should be around here somewhere.
Oh, well done.
Oh, hi. You guys.
Who are they? Lucia couldn't sense them at all until now.
It's so nice to finally meet you in person. My name is Takaya. This is Jin.
Nice to meet you guys.
We are known to some as Strega. Now then, we've been keeping an eye on your activities for some time. From what we hear, you've undertaken a righteous battle to save the world. Unfortunately, we've come here tonight to put an end to that.
What did you say?
You've gained many new allies in such a short time. No doubt because this land crawls with sin.
Yeah, man, that's probably it.
Ah, Tartarus is towering as beautifully as always.
You know about Tartarus?
You know...
Wait, why the hell would you want to stop us?
It ain't rocket science. If shadows in the dark hour disappear, we could lose our power. And that's not something we can abide by. Get it?
Yeah, man.
Power? Are you saying you're Persona users too?
I implore you to think more carefully. Do you really want to lose your abilities? Not just anyone can wield the power of a persona. The Dark Hour is a frontier that is ours alone to explore.
Yeah, but like, what if I didn't want the power to begin
And the
with?
same goes for the Tower of Demise.
That's your reason for stopping us? Then you're the ones who need to think. Who knows what might happen if we don't do something?
A catastrophe brought on by the shadows. What difference does it make, really?
That feels like the difference. if we're gonna, you know, if we're gonna split hairs, the catastrophe feels like the difference.
Disasters will always exist, and humans will always destroy each other, regardless of what the shadows do. Either way,
I don't think that's how that works.
No one can predict what misfortunes will befall who.
This is the dude who's like, you know, it's the fucking meme of like we should improve society somewhat, and Takaya is the guy who like pops out of the well and he's like, yet you participate in society. How interesting. And it's like, you're not making the point you think you are here, dude. Like, well, you know, why should we stop the world from ending? Because like a tornado could come tomorrow. You know, I feel like we should just let this happen, honestly.
But more importantly, it's time you accepted the truth. Surely you will acknowledge the sense of fulfillment the Dark Hour has given you.
You're wrong.
Yeah, you think I like this?
Is it not so?
Yeah, I would like to just go to bed at night, not go, you know, into hell and kill demons, but that's just me.
How about the rest of you? Do you also wish to return to your pathetic ordinary lives?
Yeah.
Huh? I don't enjoy this at all.
Whatever. You all got your own selfish reasons for fighting. That so-called justice of yours ain't nothing but an excuse. There's nothing righteous about any of you. You're all just hypocrites.
Something along those lines.
Like hell you chumps are gonna stop us.
We could stop you right here, right now.
What did you say?
But you guys are cowards. And you don't want to fight us.
Have fun in
Yeah, that's what I thought. We could beat your ass right here, right now, but you don't want to.
Damn it! They locked us in.
There is no need to panic. Instead of wasting resources, I recommend we prioritize the shadow first.
Great. If we freak out, then we're just giving them what they want.
Shadow's moving. I think it's noticed us.
All right, let's focus on our original goal. We can look for a way out after we've won. Go ahead and select your team. Everyone, prepare for battle.
Yeah, Fuka, just call like Akutsuki and be like, hey, we got locked in. Send somebody. You know, send somebody to open the door. Okay, cool, great. We'll do that as soon as the Dark Hour is over.
Leader!
There's a slight accident. Let's focus on the mission for now. Feel the target's presence from beyond that door. Once you're ready, we can go.
Hey!
Oh, I have my team already. Oops. Our path of retreat's been cut off, and we're locked in a cage with the shadow. This should be interesting.
Leader.
It is possible to destroy the sealed door. However, there's a possibility the entire facility will collapse. It is inadvisable to risk putting everyone in unnecessary danger. Additionally, ensuring destruction of the target remains our primary objective. It's an unexpected turn of events, but destroying the target remains our priority. Let's depart once you're ready. The hell is up with them? Popping in to preach all high and mighty and then just to hightail it? You bastards think we're scared of being locked up? Whatever, let's do this. Let's focus on the shadow right now. Please choose who will join you on the front lines. What's the status of the target? I'm picking up the target signal from a spot somewhere below here. But it's kind of like multiple readings overlapping? I can't really tell for sure. What on earth could it be? We don't know what we're up against this time either, so be ready for anything.
I sense the target 2 blocks ahead of you. It seems to be moving slowly downward. Don't let it get away.
Okay.
It seems this facility was in use during wartime.
Hold on, I'm not letting it get away, I promise. I'm just, you know, there was free stuff there.
It seems it was some kind of armory during the war. These tread marks, they're new. I wonder.
Might belong to our target. Let's keep an eye out. Something's on the desk. Revival bead. What are all these documents? In the hopes that this message will reach my loved ones, I have sealed this journal for its protection. We few survivors have ensured the completion of our goal. So many of our cohorts will never know our success. I pray their spirits find rest in the wake of this turmoil. To my mother, my wife, and my children, please do not think that I have abandoned you. If securing your future means giving my life, then I will have done so happily. Honor my memory by living. Okay. Look at all the free shit. Twilight Fragment.
Those Persona users just now. Better exercise caution around them.
Lucia couldn't sense them at all. Sorry, I'll concentrate on the shadow. The target's gaining speed. It's continuing down the tunnel.
That seems bad.
The target stopped. It turned around. It's waiting for us one block down.
Oh. Twilight Fragment. Found it.
The target's up ahead. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
This is the source of the tread marks?
It's a tank.
It looks like the shadow is using the tank as armor. Get ready, everyone. Here it comes. Its arcana is justice. No, wait. It's Chariot? What? I only see one enemy, but I'm sensing two of them. I've never seen a shadow like this before.
It's both, simultaneously.
What to do?
I'll show you my power. Persona, engage. Do not let go.
Well, I guess you your best.
Go for it. In this situation, it won't
Ah, that's not good.
It can't be. Kirito-senpai!
Yes.
What is optimal? Did I scan on this enemy? I'll show you my power. Elise, move back. You better watch it. I have to do this.
What to do?
There is Floros.
Activating. Persona. What next?
Resistant to light.
Did I scan on this enemy?
Yeah, please do.
I see. So this is
Resistant to
what we're
everything.
up against.
Right.
Summoning. Persona, engage. Now's the time. Come on, Persona.
I owe you for that. Careless.
I'll go with not that.
I don't have enough yet for a tier G. But we do have a couple up.
Yuki, I think I can
Pop
use
that
it
right
now.
away. Did you keep right throwing everyone right? Perfect.
It is time.
You don't need to anymore. Yeah, just go for it.
Releasing all limiters. No way. It's split
There we
into
go.
two.
Hey guys, how's it going?
I see now. The turret is Justice, and the larger one is Chariot. The smaller one seems to have less stamina. Now we can defeat them individually. Should I scan on this enemy? I see. So this is what we're
You're
up
resistant to all magic.
against. Should I scan on this
You're
enemy?
resistant to all physical, I assume? Yeah. Perfect.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Can you patch yourself up? Situation. The enemy's about to strike.
Close.
Successfully avoided.
Nuh-uh. Okay. Hit the jacks. Didn't down either one, but turret's almost down. Turret is down. Perfect. Thank you, Aegis.
What's the plan here?
Special attacks are great, yeah.
I have to do this.
That helps.
Restore, yeah. That's fine. That's what we expected.
Looks like both enemies can revive one another. You're going to have to defeat them at the same time.
That's fine, because the other one is very easy.
Were you trying to hit me?
I've already scanned this one.
Taking you down does
I've
drop
already scanned this one.
their defensive changes, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Never mind what to do.
This will do the trick.
Yukari, pop it.
Over here. Watch this.
He sits down, he's sad. Oh, they're back together.
Tank's armor. It seems to me much harder than any shadow so far. If only we could sever their link with a stronger attack.
I'll go with not
But I've already scanned this one.
what to do.
A little bit of damage off.
Over.
I guess overheated. That's fine. She's in a safe position here.
I'm ready.
I'm gonna debuff them first, and I can pop Mitsuru's after this.
Now's the time.
Fine. Swap to Cat and Kid. Kaja on Mitsuru.
I got my second wind, as they say.
Shall I move to strike?
of damage. That should separate them. Perfect.
They've separated again, but our damage is split equally between them.
We can pop another Jack Brothers after this. Ow. Rude of you, crit.
What to do about that?
Goodbye. Two more down, baby. Easy peasy.
Good. This will make me more effective in battle.
Tentafaru. Take that over eerie sound.
Yes, I'm here.
This is Mitsuru. We've neutralized the target.
Ah, good work. Come on back.
So, about that.
Actually, there's been a complication. We ran into some interference during the mission. It seems they were Persona users.
Persona users?
Yes, more than one. They appeared during the dark hour and seemed to know who we were.
Did they say anything that might give us a hint to who they are?
They said they were called Strega.
Now that you mention it, I believe they called themselves Strega.
Strega? All right. I'll see what I can find out.
Thank you. There's one other thing I have to report.
Kind of trapped.
We unfortunately fell into Strega's trap, so we're locked inside the facility.
Ah, I see. Since the threat has been eliminated, I'll send someone over as soon as I can.
I'm sorry for the trouble. We'll be waiting.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Other Persona users.
An unexpected enemy has emerged. They seem to be Persona users as well. But we succeeded in defeating the Shadow this month. There should be fewer victims for a while. I'm exhausted. I can't wait to get some rest. Got a few messages. BB and Kaisuke. Okay. Hear me out though. Maya? Is she available finally? I think I should get it from the fridge and give it to Elizabeth. Yeah, I could do that too. Did you run 100 laps? No. No, I did not. No, Maya. Did they remove her ability to be done during the summer? That's how I did most of her Link in the original, was through the whole summer. Dude, our missions are always so exhausting. Last night's was even worse because we ran into those Strega guys. They look like a pretty annoying bunch. Man, I wish they'd just piss off. Everyone seems so exhausted. We don't have the whole group here anyway, so let's get going to Tartarus tonight.
Hey, so
if the Dark Hour disappears, then our Personas will disappear too. That's basically what those Strega guys were saying, right? Yes.
Hello there.
There are 4 shadows remaining. Let us do our best next time too. However, the members of Strega also appear to be our enemies. Let us remain vigilant and continue taking shadows down. Hi, Ken.
So,
I saw something on TV about people with apathy syndrome. Apparently, everyone was cured all at the same time. That's a little strange, isn't it? I mean, there's no way everyone can recover at the exact same time. So how? Yeah, that's weird, Ken. I don't know what's going on with that. That's so strange. Now that you say it that way. That's crazy. Yeah, I have to actually go get the fish, don't I? Chill Taiyaki. Can I put the other Taiyaki that I have in there now? Bring this chilled Taiyaki to her. Okay. Hi, Elizabeth. Thank you. I'm going to assist you. Requests.
Here are my wonderful.
It seems you've completed a request. So this is the chilled Taiyaki. Well, it certainly is cold.
You have my thanks.
There's a soft, chewy texture and such cute round eyes. I shall savor every bite. Please take this as your reward. Nihil cloth. Neat. We're actually getting down to, we've almost done all the quests that we currently have. I don't know this one. Bring a CD associated with
a pretty
Yakuka.
purple. Please paint my powerful This is harder than I thought.
I didn't even hear what she was saying at first. What the what? Elizabeth, are you good? Get an autograph from Tanaka. Treasure hunting milestone. We almost got that one. Treasure hunting milestone, Persona Fusion milestone. We're getting kind of close to that. Shadow hunting milestone. We're decently close to that. Mothman. You can get the maid outfit.
Very well then.
I think we go with Mamoru here. Wanna grab some chow?
Yeah.
Oh, you're down? Alright then. How about we get some ramen, since you're already here and all.
Man, this is good. If I had the money, I'd get some for Mom. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I get to eat here for free.
Hey, wow. So you're covering our tab, right?
Not just here, but every restaurant in the strip mall. They're all supporting me.
So you're covering our tab everywhere, right?
I'm the only one who can eat as much as I want, wherever I want. But I feel kind of bad, like I'm taking advantage of their kindness, so sometimes I pay the bill anyway. Someday, I'll pay them back for everything. For now, I gotta take whatever I can get. That's why I have to make it big. It's for everyone who's been helping me.
Sounds like a lot of pressure.
Well, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. A little pressure can be a great motivator. All that matters is how you deal with it. By the way, who would you say is your biggest rival?
Myself.
True. You can be your own worst enemy, but at the same time, your greatest ally. You do get it. There isn't really anyone left who I want to compete with. The other guys on my team can't even keep up with me. I guess what I'm looking for is a real challenge.
Don't worry. I'll give you a real challenge.
Hey, you should think about taking track more seriously. Then we can really push each other.
True, I haven't shown up to track in like a month.
Might even reach new limits together.
I feel like we're getting closer. Nice. Rank 2.
We'll catch each other between training sessions. Later.
Later. Parted ways with Hayase and went back to the dorm.
Oh, welcome back.
Hi, Ken. How's it going? Yukari wants to cook. Everybody else is upstairs. No Mitsuru or Akihiko? Are they up here? Nope. Any new recordings? There's a new recording. Hey. 7/15/2009 at 17:05:38. Fuka. This looks like Fuka's room.
I wonder if I should have gone for the one-piece suit instead. These halter top bikinis look almost like underwear.
I feel like we shouldn't be watching this.
It feels a little weird to have my belly button exposed. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've chosen my own swimsuit, but there wasn't much of a selection for the one pieces. I wonder if I should ask Yukari-chan again what she thinks. Although, I don't really exercise, so I probably wouldn't look very good standing next to her. Oh, right! I have just the thing!
I remember what this one is now. I remember what happens here.
The low-frequency waist slimmer pad I bought from Tanaka's TV show. It said online it was very effective for its price, so maybe it could do some help before the trip.
Yeah, you got it, Fuka. You got this.
Now let's see. How do I turn this on? No! This... it tickles!
Going great. You're doing amazing, Fuka.
Why won't it come off?
You know, I never thought I'd see the day where you lost the battle to a belt, but here we are.
Yamagishi, do you have a moment?
It's Kirijo-senpai. I have to get the door. Yes, I'll be right there.
You're doing great, Fuka.
Am I interrupting anything?
No, not at all. No, not at all.
You're very convincing in this one, Fuka.
It's not that important. Never mind, just carry on.
you know, I don't actually want to come in right now, so you keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, senpai, is this what it means to train your abs? Someone help!
The recording ends here. Great, excellent. We never get to know if Fuka was saved. She might still be struggling. We don't even know. She's wearing that under her clothes right now as we speak. She never was able to get it off. Matatsu it is. Or it's Friday. We could also go to boost a stat. What stat can we boost? Today, charm. Courage. Okay. Played the horror game House of the Deceased. The jump scares didn't faze me, and I calmly dispatched many zombies. Yeah, what can I say? I'm pretty great. If we get more courage, we can hang out with Fuka finally.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hey, good to hear from you again.
I remembered a little more.
Yeah, what'd you remember?
The end won't be brought about by any one person in particular.
Okay.
It's going to happen because there are many who wish for it, almost as if it was decided from the beginning.
Yeah, it could be a reference to anything, honestly. I'm not sure. You know, it doesn't seem like it's very specific.
But isn't it strange that there are those who would wish to bring about the end?
It is a little strange, yeah. No one wants that.
You really think so? What about the ones who just want their suffering to end, so they can be at peace?
That is a different story.
Well, enough of that for now. There was one more thing I wanted to tell you today.
Uh-huh.
Soon, the flowers of poison will bloom. 3 in the rival garden, and 1 in your own.
Okay.
I don't know if this has anything to do with the end, but you should be careful.
3 in the rival garden, and 1 in our own, huh? But I don't have a garden. Thanks for the warning.
I'm happy to hear you say that. I'll let you know if I find out anything else. That's what friends are for, right?
Pharos gives me a carefree smile. Sets a bond between Pharos and me. Rank 5! Yippee!
Well then, good night.
Hello, this is Elizabeth speaking.
Hi.
I'm calling in regard to a recent change in Tartarus.
Uh-huh.
It seems that a path that had been blocked off is now open.
Sick.
I thought it prudent to inform you. Well then, I wish you a safe journey.
We will wait until Koromaru is healed, probably, to go into Tartarus.
It's me. I'm sorry to disturb you, but do you have a moment?
Coming.
Good morning. There's actually something I need to tell everyone, but I think it would be best if you saw it for yourself. So I'd like for all of us to meet in the command room tonight.
Great.
I'll see you then.
See you then. Maiko, Bunkichi, Nozumi. We have new requests to be done. Perfect, because we were just running out. Mitsuru telling everyone she saved Fuka. You'll need to see it to believe it. Mitsuru holding up the belt Fuka had on. You're never gonna believe this. I get the sense that there's quite a bit going on behind the scenes. The idea is simple enough. Their goal and ours is crossed. But the next time they get in our way, we'll take them down. That's all there is to it. This shit couldn't detect those people. Strega, I think. They must be very powerful to be able to slip past her. Just who in the world are they?
Could it be?
I didn't expect to meet Persona users outside of ourselves and those we've located or recruited. Not to mention ones filled with malice and hostility. As if we haven't been busy enough keeping the shadows at bay. Dude, our missions are always so exhausting. Well, last night was even worse because we ran into those Strega guys. And they looked like a pretty annoying bunch. Man, I wish they'd just piss off. The good news about us meeting Strega is we finally actually get to hear Chidori talk soon. We actually get to like meet and hear her speak. Which is like big news. Very important.
Marvelous.
I can sense the power growing within you stems from the bonds you forged. Thank you. Yeah, tell me about these new requests. Bring me an multi-target boost. Hey, neat. I wish to become a straw millionaire. Bring what you get after bartering items.
You must know.
Have you ever heard the story of the straw millionaire? It is a story of a man who becomes wealthy after continually bartering one item for another. I would like to see if such a feat is possible in reality.
Quite motivated.
Thus, I have prepared this bandage wrap for you. Please use this bandage wrap as your first bargaining chip and trade it for something satisfactory.
I will await a report of
Yeah,
success.
okay.
Come to think of it.
Word has it that the ultimate drink in your world is something called an aujiru. However, the taste is described as super gross. How intriguing indeed. After all, if I am to drink something, I would like for it to taste good. Therein lies my request. Would you please look into the delicious aujiru for me?
By all means.
Okay. Look for the drink with my name.
Shame.
I've come across a rumor that I can't dismiss. Apparently, my name is being used somewhere without my knowledge or consent. According to the rumor, this beverage is only available in an unpopular spot. Please conduct a thorough investigation into this beverage as it concerns my
I
reputation.
will await a report
Okay.
of success. Of course.
According to my master, the stronger your bonds are, the greater your power. Although a strong bond is no tangible object, I understand that it sometimes represented as gifts. Would you please show me an item symbolic of a strong
By
bond?
all means.
Okay. Attempt 100 shrine visits? Are you aware of a ritual called the 100 Shrine Visits that supposedly grants wishes? I would love to witness the miracle of the gods myself, however I cannot abandon my duties here. So would you please visit the shrine on my behalf? As for my wish, 500 yen bills are extremely rare in your world, yes? Then I'd like to wish for one. Okay. I thought that was going to ask me to actually go to the shrine 100 times. And I was about to be like, I don't have that kind of time.
Oh, yes.
Allegedly, something called a home-cooked meal, which possesses a special kind of flavor, exists in your world. I'm curious what it tastes like, very much so. Could you bring me something with the flavor of this home-cooked meal? It can be either food or beverage, I have no preference. Well then, I'll be looking forward to it. Yes, I have that.
Of success.
I thought. Bring a food or drink you've made together with someone at the dorm. I have several of those. From King and I. This request is meant to draw out more of your power, the power of the wild card. To achieve that, you will need to perform a special fusion. This one involves fusing all of the Jack Frost, King Frost, and his darling subordinates. It is a rather daunting challenge, but I await the report of your success.
A report of success.
Cool. Create a persona that's level 38 or above. Oh.
Are you accepting a request?
Okay, that's all of them. Cool. No, retrieve the 5th old document.
Report of success.
Easy. Okay. Easy. Those are all doable. There's one that's by the end of the month.
Well,
I can tell her here. Hand over your cookie.
I've been waiting.
What'd you like to give me? Have some chicken sauté. Oh, I believe this is the first time I've ever had this, yet this flavor tastes rather nostalgic. I see. So this is what a home-cooked meal is. I believe I now understand why people crave the taste of home cooking.
My thanks.
Thank you very much for sharing this culinary delight. Please take this as your reward. Legendary cleaver. Ooh.
Very well.
Do I have another one that I can...
Here are my requests.
See a mysterious potato. Oh yeah, I have one of those too. Would you please grow and nurture a potato to verify the authenticity of these claims? Yep. Hey, I got a potato for you. An unusual power emanating from you. Do you perhaps have one of the potatoes you've grown? Rakukaja potato. What a truly bizarre potato. I can sense an unusual power radiating from it. I imagine it would make a rather appealing meal. Why are you giving me such a strange look?
How splendid.
In any case, the request is now completed. Take this as your reward. Anything else? Any other requests?
Accepting a request?
Any other ones? Okay, cool.
Very well.
Sick. Someone else making bad puns. It's always somebody here. I need to go to Port Island Station. Can I do all this bartering right now? Can I barter my way to the top right now in one go? Hey, bud. Damn it, that stinks pretty bad. Just my friggin' luck, huh? The hell do you want? Can't you see I'm not really in the mood for talking right now? Wait, what do you got there? Bandages? Perfect timing. Can I have them? Yeah, man. Thanks, man. Woo. That should work for now. Feeling like I owe a punk like you doesn't sit right with me. You're a student, right? Guessing Gekkoukan if you're from around here. Here, I'm not thanking you or nothing, but you can take this. Picked it up over at the station. It's not like it's worth anything to me anyways. Student handbook. Great. Hey, man. Oh, man, this is bad. Where did I drop my student handbook? Do you need something? I'm a little busy now. Hey, wait. That handbook you're holding. Can I see that student handbook? I was just looking for mine. This might be it. It is mine. Yeah, thanks, you saved me. Oh, yeah, thank you. Here, take this. Irresistible catnip. I got this for free when I was shopping at the Aohige pharmacy, but I don't own a cat. Anyway, if you have no use for it, just give it to one of the cats at the strip mall. Not this cat here. No. This cat here is gone. Am I literally going to give it to a cat? No, I'm going to give it to you. To the cat-loving boy! Right, so he can finally have a cat. Or hang out with the cats. They're putting on cat ears, but the cat still won't even look at me. Maybe if I had a cat toy, but I don't think I have enough to buy one. Oh, is that a cat toy? Do you have a pet cat? Nope, you can have this. Yeah, thanks. I should give you something in exchange. Oh, I know. You can have this cat ear headband. I don't need it anymore. Here you go. Can I just keep that? Maybe Elizabeth would like this headband. Try showing it to her. I saw my teacher at the mall. He seemed really tired. I tried to talk to him, but he just smiled. He's so boring. He's exactly the same out of class as in it.
Good day.
Hello.
Are you accepting a wonderful?
Seems you've completed a request. One moment while I check.
My.
What a delightful item. I cannot resist the urge to put it on. Well, here goes nothing. Oh my god. Meow. I see. Wearing this will transform you into a cat in the blink of an eye.
You have my thanks.
Thank you for this lovely gift. Now I too can be a straw millionaire. Please take this as your reward. 20 turquoise. Thank you.
Very well.
Did you guys see that? Look at that guy over there. He just spit his gum into the fountain. So disgusting. What is he thinking? Sometimes that girl over there who's stalking me loses my trail. I don't know why, but I get anxious when that happens. Wait a sec. Am I obsessed with her too? I love the NPCs in this game. They're just sometimes like so just out of pocket, out of nowhere. I like to take walks around the station, and sometimes I see a peculiar looking girl. Now don't freak out, but listen to this. She's got a sword stuck through her head. I know those young girls like the piercings, but through the entire head? Hey, you think it was some kind of trick? Well, if it was, it sure fooled me. Please, can we meet her finally? Can we actually finally? It's been so long. I've been waiting so patiently. This is Bunkichi. Let's go see Maiko.
Hi.
Oh, hi. I was waiting for you. Is it okay if we talk?
Thank you.
Thanks. So, oh, poor Maiko. My poor sweet child.
Thank you for always helping me. But I gotta say bye for now. Yup. I have to run away now. Remember not to tell Mom and Dad, okay? Bye-bye!
Oh, hello.
Hey, you. Have you seen a little girl? She's in elementary school.
You just take a second and calm down.
Calm down? What if something happens to her?
Oh, please. This is what happens when you force a child to study non-stop.
You know, I see where it's coming from. I understand,
Why
Maiko.
are you always like this? Everything has to be my fault.
Oh, that's because it is your fault. This never would have happened if you'd been watching her. Look, we don't have time for this.
Yeah, no, you guys are clearly very great parents and very in love with each other.
I think I know who you are. You're the one, right? Maiko's told me about you.
Uh-huh.
She said she played with a high school kid instead of practicing piano.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What? This is the first I'm hearing of this. What the hell did you do to my daughter?
Someone is extremely agitated.
Shut up! Stop jumping to stupid conclusions. I'm sorry about this. We're Maiko's parents.
Really, I couldn't tell.
We haven't seen her since this morning. When we checked her room, we found a note that said, "I'm running away."
That sounds like Maiko, yes.
She's never done anything like this before.
It's probably your fault. it's probably, we're gonna just fucking, you know. This is not the correct answer, most likely, but like this is the one that, you know, probably your fault.
Excuse me? You don't know anything.
You know, I had the option to tell Maiko that it was her fault that she was getting, that her parents were getting divorced earlier, and I didn't take that option because that would have been wrong. Now I have the option to tell him it's your fault, and I take it because it's correct. Like, you know, it's just like, we have to call a spade here.
Maiko, why?
Listen, if you have any idea where she is, I'm begging
She's at the
you to tell
takoyaki
us.
stand. She's at the takoyaki stand.
Takoyaki stand? Oh, that place.
She loves the takoyaki stand.
Right. Let's try looking.
Maiko!
Mom! Dad! And you too? Will
Maiko, are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere?
I'm okay.
Thank goodness. Why would you do such a thing? I was worried sick. Do you think that's funny, giving me a heart attack like
This
that?
is not. You were on a great path, and then, you know, you were doing great. You were like, you know, I'm so happy to see you. I'm, you know, it's such a relief that you're safe. And then you had to take the nosedive.
Hey, that's enough.
You made me worry too. I was so scared. You said you were getting a divorce and I didn't know what to do. I don't want you to get divorced.
My sweet, sweet child.
Oh, so that's what this is all about. We're really sorry, Maiko. Why don't we go home and talk about it? It's awful we pulled you into this. I'm not sure what else to say.
Hey, I told you to keep it a secret, but thank you.
I got your back, girly. Maiko seems relieved to see that her parents care about her. I feel like we're growing closer. Rank 7! Yippee!
Bye-bye.
Maiko went home with her parents, so I decided to go back to the dorm.
Have we received a new mission?
I don't know, but the alarm's not ringing.
Huh?
Boppy! Look at him! I love him.
Koro-chan! Are your wounds healed up? Huh? Where'd you get this collar?
That collar is designed to help control his persona. Basically, it's an evoker for dogs.
Wait, does that mean Koromaru is going to fight with us?
I honestly wasn't expecting this either, but the test results show it's quite possible. In fact, it was actually a request from the chairman. We'll be looking after him here in the dorm.
Koro-chan, is this what you want?
He says, I'm returning the favor.
Man, you're one loyal dog.
Look at him.
Hey, sounds good
I
to
love
me.
him so much.
I, for one, welcome him with open arms. The more the merrier, right? Who cares if you're a dog?
In fact, it's better. Good to have you, boy.
All right, I'll take him for a walk. And it's the perfect time, because it's summer break.
Yes, it is. You're free to enjoy your vacation, but don't forget about your schoolwork. Summer classes start next week, so don't lose focus just because we have a lot of time off.
Summer... Wait, what'd you say?
Summer classes. Did you not hear about them? We're going to be taking supplemental courses. I've already applied for all of us.
Oh, wow. How kind of you, Mitsuru.
I know how difficult it's been to balance both school and our late-night excursions. I'm sure you haven't had much time to study, so I apologize.
You shouldn't
the
have.
chairman agreed it was a good idea as well. I could have sworn I told Takeba and Yamagishi.
Are you serious? First I've heard of it.
Oh, sorry. I completely forgot to mention it.
No way.
Poor Junpei.
Hey, you're the one with the worst grades here. Why are you so surprised?
Yeah, I feel like I should be excluded from this. I was top of my class.
Come on. I don't want to hear it. It sucks.
Poor Junpei.
Don't you think?
I don't mind.
Well, it's only for a few weeks, so let's do our best.
Anyway, we've gained a new ally, Koromaru. He's a loyal companion who will fight valiantly for his master. As a team leader, I must properly support him. Does Junpei say for real? He does, but not the way that, like, Ryuji says it. Buddy! Buddy! Koromaru looks content. Maybe I should take him for a walk tomorrow instead. Can I just pet him again? Can I just cuz? Look at it. Oh, he shakes! Oh, I love him.
I comprehend.
Koromaru-san's persona exhibits a unique characteristic. It seems he has two types of powers that can be activated when using Theurgy. This is one of his biggest advantages.
Hello.
Dogs can be very reliable, you know. Why, there are rescue dogs, seeing eye dogs, narcotic detection dogs. Let's put our trust in Koromaru.
What?
Summer school, huh? Well, it's not that I hate studying that much, but I just don't think we should have to go to school during summer vacation, you know?
By the way...
What are you going to do about Koro-chan's meals? Are we going to buy dog food or cook homemade meals for him? We should decide soon. Okay. Guess we're going to Tartarus.
Yes.
Look at him!
Someone's all ready to go. But hey, do you think Koromaru actually understands what we're doing?
I'm sure he does.
Think so? Even if he can use a persona, he's still a dog.
Yeah, but he's a smart dog.
Hey, Koromaru. So, which is it?
So true.
Huh? Nothing.
He said, resolve is shown through actions.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What? He's just a dog. What a freaking badass! You are the coolest dog.
Card in my hand is reacting. Multiple major arcana cards have been added to shuffle time. Your maximum HP will increase by 10. Ooh. You'll be able to pick one additional card from shuffle time until you leave Tartarus. Holy hell, that's really good. Ah, that's right. There's something I wanted to tell you. It seems Koro-chan actually has 2 Theurgies. Chairman learned that from researching his potential. But we're not totally sure why that's the case, but it's certainly nice to have him on our side. Suppose just keep that in mind whenever you're forming a party, that's all. Alright, sorry Mitsuru. You're getting replaced by a dog.
Excuse me.
Mitsuru. Sorry, bestie. Look at him! Look at him! That's my boy. Hound of Hades deals severe dark damage to one foe, ignoring resistances. Power Howling. The next attack will deal more than double damage for all allies. Wait, he has power charge for all enemies? Yeah, his persona is Cerberus. It's very cool. I love him. Alright, let's go. Head to the top.
I hope to be of service today.
Looks like the shaking has subsided. Is everyone alright? The path towards the staircase is open. You can advance further now. You don't know what's waiting ahead, so please be careful going forward. Alright, let's go. I wonder what the next area is going to be like. Thanks. There isn't much cover in this area. We'll be spotted more easily.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Onyx times 3.
You know, I never imagined Koro-chan would end up joining our team.
Look at him. I love him.
The situation is favorable. 2 enemies. You can take them. Koro-chan's power is working. He can summon his persona.
Let's go, baby. That's my goat. We'll pick Narcissus. Is that Zacian? The original. Look at him! Oh my god.
Doing pretty well.
I'm so happy.
We have the chance to go first. 2 enemies. You can take them. I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Missed.
Ain't no way he just life drained his teammate. What the fuck is he doing? Why are they life draining each other? You know what? Just that shit.
Keep it up, everyone.
All right. Linya. For the Narcissus right away.
Target eliminated.
They won't know it hit them. Naruto knocks one down. This should be a good test of your strength. But
Well, I don't know what the fuck you're weak to.
Her leader took one out.
Not killing its own ally.
All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
Target eliminated.
Hey, doesn't that chest look kind
Monkulus, very handy,
Stairs located.
especially with Koro, because he's weak to light.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
I am picking up powerful
The enemy looks tough.
Ooh, you are a problem. Oh, you have revolution now. Okay. Ooh, you're tanky. Ooh, you're tanky. Ooh, you're a problem.
Seriously? Careless. Oh no! You've got to get up somehow! Situation unsustainable. I can take heavy damage! I have to do this.
Thanks.
Down but not out, as they say. I guess it's back out time. Time to retaliate! Palladium!
No crits.
What to do?
Come on, guys.
Did I scan on this enemy?
Really use a crit here. He's in a lot of trouble, yeah.
Requesting permission to use this. Thanks.
There we go.
Well executed.
Oh, you're weak to dark. Oh, that would have been great to know sooner. Okay, he's dizzied. Perfect.
In this situation, thank you very much. It is time. This is my duty.
I'll go in.
No, pop it.
That about does it. No shadows detected.
That's my boy. The day of your next daily activity, social stats will increase more than usual. Anti-wind master. First magic attack in your next will do double damage. EXP. Ni Kushimitama. Over one Moriaki. Because Lamia's hermit.
Alright then, moving on.
Our energy reserves are not easily replenished. Please manage our resources accordingly.
Yeah, good point. We can't exactly restock our supplies in Tartarus.
True.
Koromaru-san has discovered. I'll start preparing the analysis.
Ice Raven, you say. Take him down, Gormar. He looks so happy. I love him so much.
Doing pretty well.
There are enemies on this floor as well, but they're acting strange, almost fidgety, restless.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Bonk.
In this situation,
What to do?
Yagaterasu, Elect Boost, money. Give me Yagaterasu. I'll just keep kind of pumping through personas here so we can get some new ones in the compendium.
spectacular finish.
Always nice to have some extras. What's I gonna check? Oh, I was gonna switch to Kaguya in battles.
Recommended course of action: identifying the
Attack mirror. That enemy is acting kind of weird. Please consider turning back. What the hell?
Is that?
Sure, it doesn't seem especially aggressive, doesn't it?
Hello there.
Some enemies roaming around Tartarus may already be inflicted with status ailments. They move differently depending on the ailment, which will take effect at the start of combat. Okay. The rage ailment causes one to lose their sense of reason. Enraged enemies will aggressively target you even from a distance. They will charge upon spotting you, but they struggle to redirect the force of their trajectory, so keep calm, sidestep, and wait for the opening for you to attack.
Shadow sighted. Initializing combat mode.
Why not just do that?
This is our opportunity.
What's up, Saphira? How are you? Oh god.
Defeated at once. One enemy eliminated.
Bonk.
All enemies defeated.
Not doing well. Last time you'd be on Twitch for a while. Hopefully you start to feel better. Is it just like a break thing, or is it a you know, things not working, moving, busy, you know, any number of things. Make money.
Target eliminated.
Need a break because of health issues? That's fully understandable. Hopefully you start feeling better. Hopefully the break is helpful for it.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
So I think I can actually
Though the
leave.
decor has yet to change, we have reached the 96th floor. Let us press forward.
I'm impressed that you just know that offhand. If I open one of those doors,
Oromaru-san has discovered a shadow. How do
okay,
we
we've got a
proceed?
couple of them. We can save it, I think, until the end of the expedition, and then do like one fight after.
Oh, there's... Oh, it's a rare treasure chest. Good boy, Koro-chan.
Pierce boost. Whoa. Also, I used a fragment that didn't give me a door. Interesting. Is it because everyone's on even levels right now? There's nobody who needs the door, so there's no door.
I have a plentiful reserve of ammunition. You may rest assured. I will not run out of firepower.
That's good. Glad to hear it. A little concerning to hear that you have like several grenades packed on your body at all times, but you know, I'm sure that's not gonna, you know, be any issue, right?
That chest looks valuable.
There's a shadow.
Not Hulk Hogan again. Crit him, Goro. Yeah!
Such unbridled power.
Not that.
That about does it. No shadows detected.
We have seized victory. Let us proceed.
Where's our way? That room over here. Perfect. That's towards the big door. What's this towards? Nothing.
Oromaru-san has discovered a shadow. How do we proceed?
Hey, there's a found the stairs.
We're about to hit big number 100.
Great.
A rare shadow.
It's so nice to have a team this big. I feel more secure with a lot of people here on standby. That one's special. Take it down if you can. I have to do this.
Well, amazing!
Get ready.
We haven't gotten an Arcana card yet. We need 6 for a burst. But I want the HP from this specific fight because it's such a high number already. There we go.
Koromaru-san appears satisfied with our performance.
Amethyst. Whoa. There's another chest in here, over here. 4,170 yen. I've still not gotten used to navigating this block. I'm having a hard time still knowing where I'm going, what direction I am looking, etc. Oh, we have a gatekeeper.
Leader.
Against separate enemies like these, 30G will go a long way. One option is to have it ready as soon as you enter combat so you can unload a barrage. Yeah, well, we do not have that luxury. But we do have you. That'd be great.
Alright. Stop getting in our way.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little
Five Fingers of Blight, Venomous Magus. Let's go, Koro. Which one? Main 2. Perfect.
Sure. I'll go with.
Ooh, that's good damage. Sakukaja.
It's a strong one. Be on your guard. Pull the trigger.
It didn't work?
No wind. Okay. Poison mist.
I got hit.
Ooh.
Poisoned. He needs help.
What to do?
Two enemies remaining. A hit. Target destroyed. That's it, I guess.
Come on, Koro. Darn.
I have to do this.
Distress, confuse, rage, fear. Nope.
I won't lose.
We'll just heal our way through.
Appreciate it.
Oh.
Her leader's been knocked down.
Oh. Okay, if you're using Auggies, then probably ice is the weakness here, but also we can just do this.
Her leader took one out.
Not that.
Big crit.
That's a clean hit.
Now we're getting the crit.
Operation.
Now that we're all poisoned.
Hit their vitals. You're poisoned. Keep an eye on your health. Thank you for your support. Severe damage. I guess it's taken heavy damage.
What to do? For so
You've been poisoned. You're losing health. Summoning. Multiple system failures.
Who up critting? No? Nobody?
In this situation. Thank you very much. Severe damage. I guess it's taken heavy damage.
Okay, where's
I appreciate it. Damage inflicted. You've been poisoned. You're losing health. Now's the time. Help me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. You're poisoned. Keep an eye on your head contact.
I guess.
You've been poisoned. You're losing health.
Thank you. Hey.
My persona has gained a new power.
Fast heal. That would have been real awfully handy in that last match, huh? Okay, we're starting to get her team buffs though, which is nice. Mudun. Cool.
Greetings.
Confirmed annihilation of enemy shadows. We are victorious. Koromaru-san performed excellently as well. Once you return, we are to give you a reward, correct? What would best suffice as a reward for Koromaru-san? A delicious snack. Look how happy he is. Koromaru-san, you are drooling. Koromaru-san is exuberant. Perhaps he is one hungry boy, as they say. Well then, let us be off. I will perform the best of my ability in order to secure Koromaru-san the best possible reward.
Were I able to travel at light speed, I could reach the top instantly.
Yeah, if only, right?
Hey!
Daft Jacket. Don't equip it now, because I don't know what it does. But, let me see what it does. Daft Jacket, Null Fear. So full of holes, anyone willing to wear it fears nothing. Yeah, probably best for me. I'll give you the amenity search suit, and I can't change Aigis or Karo's. Carnage knife.
Great.
Yes. Give it to Koromaru. Yes. Go, Koromaru. Commit crime.
Oh, hello.
Finally, we're on the 100th floor. That's a mind-boggling number, but the end's not even in sight. Oh, there's no hurry, so let's keep a steady pace.
Oh, there's a treasure chest. It's dangerous.
We do know what you are weak to now. Do we think... What are the chances?
Hold the trigger. I won't lose.
We tried. It was worth a shot.
I'll go with.
I love how Koromaru has to like hop in order to get in frame for the all-out attacks. Koro? This time for sure.
That about does it. No shadows detected.
That's my boy right there. That's my fucking boy right there.
Alright then, moving on.
Ta-da! We have arrived at the 100th floor.
We arrived a while ago, but yes. Bing bong. Oh, this asshole again.
Go for it! Well executed. Let's do it.
Link bonuses for Persona fusions will increase until you leave Tartarus. Yeah, let's get that. Because I think the goal is to fuse King Frost and Black Frost today.
Perhaps.
Yeah, go get him, Cora. Because I should be able to. I need 37 for King Frost, and I'm already 37, so that should be a-okay. Oh, the floor ahead is right here. There is a locked chest down there, though. Let's go grab that. Fuck it.
Ooh, maybe there's something nice inside.
Warrior's boots. Been pretty good. I will once again keep because I don't know what they do. But slash evasion medium. I feel like Aki is probably the one to go for here.
That's amazing.
Yabasha Flare and Yabasha Cube.
There's a shadow.
Preparing to engage should be a good test of your strength. Don't get careless.
Gross.
Successfully avoided.
Focus.
Oh, hey. Convenient. Ooh, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Wind boost.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Just wondering, how many different types of shadows do you think there are?
A lot.
Seen a bunch already. It'd be a pain to count them all.
Shadow.
Shadow.
This is our opportunity. This is our chance to attack first.
We still don't know what these things really do.
Go for an electric
No,
shock.
not fire, not dark. Get it back, Koro.
That's it. Enemy down.
What to do?
Electric shock.
Not light.
I'll go with it. Not that. What to do?
You can try it. I was like, not electric.
You hit a weakness. I have to do this.
Not wind.
This should be a good test of your strength. Don't get careless. There's 3 enemies taken out at once.
Not strike. This bitch is fucking ice. I'm gonna scream.
Last one. Let's finish this. That's a win for the team. Good job,
Let's go, Goro. Orthrus. Money, growth 2. Take Orthrus. Get rid of Yogg-Tarasu. Magarula. Magaru. Ooh, Meteorama next, too.
Then, moving on.
Awesome.
Is that treasure? Found the stairs.
I forget where our next barrier is. And he's acting strangely. Please be careful. That shadow, it looks like there's something wrong with it. Dazed? Confused? One of them.
Is that?
Almost looks drunk. Enemies who are confused will roam unsteadily as though drunk. They move slowly and are prone to missing their attacks, making them prime targets to pick off with chance encounters. Okay.
This is an opportunity. We have the chance to hit first.
Pull the trigger.
Not win. Monk.
One leader took one out.
Monk. Double up.
The enemy.
Get ready.
Queen Meb. Getsue. Yeah, let's take Queen Meb. Where's Orthrus? A lot of this is, again, just getting stuff registered, too. Where it's an easy summon back later if we need it for summoning something, as opposed to having to figure out how we fuse that. Oh, that's where we came from. Fill out the compendium as much as possible. Always makes things easier later.
Shadow sighted. Initializing combat mode.
Stupid. Go this way. Twilight Fragment. Lovely. Always need more. There's a Monad door. There's a rare shadow. There's a locked chest. Probably got everything going on today.
Hey, isn't that one?
Monk.
It's a rare shadow. Do your best to take it down.
Hey, don't dodge it.
What to do? Never mind.
Magician, one with precious egg. Yeah, sure. Just to get closer to Arcana Burst.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Treasure chest. Pop that bad boy open. Duck soul. There's a teleporter back
Koro-chan
down.
found a one-way teleporter to the entrance.
And there's the Monad door.
Koro-chan found a door.
Koro-chan's finding everything. We got a lion. I need Heal a bit of HP back. Need to heal a bit of SP back on Koro and myself. Equipped as well to get the autos.
Leader.
The enemy is within range. Commencing battle.
Here, G. I think I can use it now.
Alright. Let's get a little crazy. Let's get a little stupid.
Unable to assess the situation.
Oh.
Reality, never be charity. The enemy you fight, cover source society. Mom's not here, gonna fight all night. Right here, shadow 10 o'clock direction. Seize the moment, they destroy the nation. Give me motivation, freak out now. Dead on the rock. Spit out all over.
Come on, guys.
Come in the crowd, watch out the moon, they diss it out. Guess what this is?
Okay, hold on. Bad. Million. Okay, well.
What next?
Appreciate it. Break it down.
There we go. No Aegis, but that's okay.
Down but not out, as they say. Not about convincing way. No shadows detected.
That's a sick combo. Him having both the ability to boost the hell out of your crit rate and the ability to pick an additional card from shuffle time until you leave Tartarus. Yes, please. Boost the hell out of your crit rate and double your next physical attack's attack power is a hell of a combo. Especially considering our strongest personas right now are physical ones. Ergotite Shard. Malachite. Oh. I have to actually leave the door. Right. I have 4 gore. That gives us a full scan of this floor. There's nothing left here, so let's go up. That'll give us the scan of the next floor as well. Probably noticed the mineral chunks. Supposedly there are different types, some of which are quite rare. The rare ones give off a blue glow. They yield twilight fragments, so try to breaking them when you spot them.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
There's a valuable chest up. 2 other chests.
Oromaru-san has discovered a shadow. How do we proceed?
It'd be nice if we could go on another trip, don't you think? How about going abroad next time?
So true. I'm gonna lose my momentum there. Clench their fist tight.
In this situation, time to shine.
Wind! Good on something. The hands. All three of them are immune to light. Okay, well. Alright.
Her leader took one out.
Fire is not strong against them. But it hits them. Dog panic. Oh.
Nice.
You hate to see it. Iga and
that's how it's done.
being able to pick two is crazy. That feels so broken.
You looked really cool out there, Koro-chan.
Is that treasure?
Pummel brooch.
Is that treasure?
We have the
Oh my god.
What to do?
If these things aren't reached to ice, I'm gonna scream. There we go.
Enemy down. Way to go. You can count on me.
Problem is, I can't take him down. Borrow help? Right? Maybe? Oh.
Good move, Koro-chan.
Too slow. Well, they dizzied their own. That helps. Can you guys just all kill the big one? Yeah, thank you. These enemies are so goofy. So Goro.
Good boy, Koro-chan.
Rip that one in the middle.
I comprehend.
I'll go with.
I really need King and Black Frost here. Specifically Black Frost, I think, is the one that will be the most helpful, but King Frost will probably be pretty good too. Because my level 14 Jack Frost is not holding up much of the deal at this point.
That was a spectacular.
And I have Goemon, who has ice skills, but only single target ice skills. So like, fine for bosses and whatnot, but in a group of 5 of them like that had, doesn't help very much.
Course of action. Identify.
Gonna get ready for bed. Take care, Scarlet. Hope you have a great rest of your night. Appreciate you for hanging out.
Powerful enemies.
Okay. I think this is gonna be the last fight we take on for tonight, and then we're probably gonna get out of here as well.
Yes.
It'll be great. Oh, yeah, let me make sure. Give me Kaguya. Give me the free buffs, and then let's go.
Leader. I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more
Bloody
time.
Maria. Executioner's Crown. Alright. Viva! Oh, not the elements.
I'm hit. Over here.
That's just too big damage.
This is bad, isn't it? I guess. Is he going to be okay like that? That's an enemy down.
I'll go with.
I guess. Is she going to be okay like that? It is time. Activating.
Damn. Oh, hey. Right.
Successfully avoided.
That's a problem. Alright. Jack Brothers should knock both down, hopefully. Down both. No all-out attack here. We get Yukari up. Take advantage of the moment that they're down. Oh, now we crit.
Nice, I guess that hit their vitals. Uh-oh, I'm hit. In this situation, what next? Help me.
Get Korra back up.
This is bad, isn't it? Kurochan shaking in fear.
Alright, get rid of that one.
Let's commence.
Oh, you're just weak to Pierce? Straight up? I guess, come on. That's okay.
The enemy's striking fear into you. Someone might run. Let's see. All squad members, forward. Firing at ranged.
Just me and I guess. But that should be enough.
They are finished.
25k, nice. 38 on everybody. Nice. Evade wind. Do we need evade wind on this thing? Truly, probably not. I'm gonna say no.
I've gained a new power.
Shock noise inflicts distress on all foes on the current floor. That's quite handy. Oromaru seems happy we won. Good boy. Oromaru looks proud of himself.
We should not exhaust our bodies. I recommend taking time for a cooldown when necessary.
Magic Incense 2. Insulated tights.
Hey!
Yeah, we'll give it to her. We'll check to see what it does, but... electricity evasion medium. Okay, yeah, no, that's actually really good for her. I think we had the low accuracy of or electricity evasion. That's huge for her. Lover's card is growing. Fun. Acquiring the Lover's social link bonus during fusion increases. Yeah, so we can fuse some shit. But I do think that is going to be it for us for tonight. We got a lot done. We got Koromaru to join the team. We met Strega. We unfortunately did not meet Chidori, but we will next time. So happy for Korra. Hi, Daisuke. How are you? Yeah, I love him. He's perfect. He's my son. Look at him. He's so polite. Just lurking and bopping to music, as should be done with all Persona games, truly, but especially this one. This game, nothing but bops. So let me see who we have that we can go send a raid to. Keep this music going. Koromaru seems enthusiastic. I don't wanna take his portrait off the screen yet. So let's leave him up. We don't have much tonight, I'll be honest with you. Does not look like we've got a lot of folks on. We have Manic doing Like a Dragon. We have Jim Tasty doing Helldivers 2. We have... I think that might be our only two that we know. Any preference? Anybody know anybody else? Suki, you're gonna go live right now? Just say it, you know, you could. I wish. I feel that. I thought we were ending a little early even, so we would like have the chance to, you know, hit somebody, but it doesn't seem like a lot of folks are live. We've been to both of these folks kind of recently, so you know, we could go again, but I'd like to diversify if we have the option. It's dead tonight. Yeah, it's so funny whenever there's like, you know, a night that I have somebody in mind where I'm like, I want to go raid this person. There's like 40 people on. Anytime there's a night where it's like, oh yeah, we've kind of raided the, you know, these folks kind of recently, you know, I'd like to go somewhere else, somewhere different. It's like, oh yeah, there's nobody here. There's no options for you. That's how it always works. We could also go try to find someone playing Persona 3. I see that it has a lot of viewers in the category, so maybe there's somebody who's playing. Do we have social energy for it? That's the question. I've scrolled down twice and I've seen Sayu, who is the voice of Akihiko, is playing it right now. Then I just saw Dawn Bennett, who is the voice of Aegis, is playing it right now. Interesting how that works, ain't it? We could go raid the voice of Aegis if we were feeling wild about it. Looks like they are well behind us. They're on 524. That could be a fun one. So let's go do that. Fuck it. Send them some love. Tell them how amazing of a job they've done, because I love Aegis. He is my favorite character in the game, and I think that the new voice is doing phenomenal. So let's send some love over that way. I have to make sure I know how to spell. 2 T's in Bennett. A. Cool. So go send a lot of love on over there. A very, very talented voice actress. I will be back sometime this week. I don't know my exact schedule for this week. We'll be doing more of this probably later in the week. We'll be doing maybe some Valentine's stuff, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday range. Don't know exact times, days, etc. Poppy playtime maybe this weekend. We've had to push that around. Maybe it will be this weekend, maybe it won't be. Who knows? But we will hopefully get to that soon. Yeah, I don't know. Have a great night, everybody. Take care, and I will see you all very soon. Bye bye.